One.
Good evening, everyone. Adequate notice of this meeting was provided by sending such notice to the Asbury Park Press, the Middletown Patch, and the Middletown Township Public School District website, and the posting of such notice at the August T. Minor Administrative Offices and each elementary, middle, and secondary school website in the district. Roll call.
Mrs. Cavallini?
Here.
Mr. Donovan?
Here.
Mr. Dymo? Mr. Heffernan?
Here.
Mr. Little?
Here.
Mrs. Tobacco?
Here.
Mrs. Wright?
Here.
Mr. Capone?
Here.
Mrs. Minnis?
Here. At this time, we're going to watch the video of our student speakers. So if everybody wants to step back so you can see them on the screen.
Hello everyone, I'm Steve Rock and I'm a senior here at Middletown North. Here are the highlights for the school year thus far. First, our TV film program. On October 9, two of our documentaries played at the All-American Film Festival in New York City. I got the chance to interview actor Joseph D'Onofrio, who has roles in films such as The Bronx Tale and Goodfellas. The first edition of the North News for the 2021-2022 school year is out and can be found on the Middletown North announcements page or on the Middletown North TV Film Productions page on YouTube. The PSATs were administered to all sophomore and juniors on October 13th and all went very well. Senior Daniel Burke and Senior James Conway were honored as National Merit Scholars. The National Honor Society and civic leaders held a fundraiser to collect non-perishable items for the Red Bank Crop Walk. Some of our National Honor Society members attended the event on October 15th at Red Bank Regional High School, helping to organize food and walk the victory lap. On Friday, October 1st, we held a pink out game for breast cancer awareness. Many students wore the Pink Out War for the Cure breast cancer awareness shirts sold by the student government. The high school North football players are division champs. The high school North football team secured the Shore Conference Independence Division Championship, their first division title since 1983. The senior council held the Haunted Woods on Thursday, October 21st at Cheatham Park. We had our largest turnout with over 1,800 attendees. The North academic team had their first competition on October 22nd. The limited edition Roar the Shore spirit wear were designed by a couple of our student graphic designers and are now on sale. These are supporting the class of 2022 senior yearbook scholarship. October was World Bullying Prevention Month. We celebrated Respect Week of October 4th with different themes. On Monday, we wore blue, celebrating #BlueUp. Tuesday, we put disrespect to rest wearing PJs. Wednesday, we wore mismatched clothes, representing diversity. Thursday was Team Up vs. Bullying, New Jersey Day. And Friday, we wore orange and black. We're holding our homecoming bonfire on Tuesday, November 23rd, from 6 to 9 p.m. There will be food trucks, a DJ, games, raffles, and a bonfire. The Lions Roar highlighted Mr. Timothy Sinclair for the October Teacher Spotlight. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, Board of Education members. I'm Stephanie Buxbaum, a current junior at Middletown High School South, treasurer of Student Council, and president of the Junior Executive Board. Today, I will be speaking to you about some current events that happened here at South. PSATs were administered to all sophomores and juniors on October 15th, and all went well. Congratulations to Laura Collins, Lexi Ziobro, Tyrone Shields, and Joe Guzzo. 3 of their films were screened at the AMC Theater in Times Square as part of this year's All-American High School Film Festival. There were thousands of entries from across the United States, Europe, and Asia. Films were screened over the course of 3 days from October 8th to the 10th. Congratulations. Anthony Diatuno, a senior, was selected to the All-State Orchestra after completing a successful audition on the French horn this past summer. This places him as one of the top 5 horn players in the state. He will be performing with the All-State Orchestra in Atlantic City this November. Frankie Stabola, a senior, is recognized for her efforts in having the Trigger House Student Alliance approved as a new club at Middletown South. Frankie is also a student ambassador for the Trigger House Foundation, whose mission is to save lives against the dangers of opiate addiction through community-fueled awareness and widespread informed education. Frankie's dedication to saving lives through community substance abuse awareness is inspiring, and she will continue to spread this message at South this year, having been named the president of the Trigger House Student Alliance. Girls field hockey wins their division for the 4th year in a row, and the varsity football team wins their division as well. Thank you.
I'd like to thank our student speakers for their informative information. Great job. Okay, now I need a resolution to go into executive session.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Notice of this meeting was provided by sending such notice to the Asbury Park Press, the Middletown Patch, and the Middletown Township Public School District website, and the posting of such notice at the August T. Minor administrative offices in each elementary, middle, and secondary school website in the district. Roll call.
Mrs. Cameneti.
Here.
Mr. Donovan.
Here.
Mr. Dymo. Mr. Heffernan.
Here.
Mr. Little.
Here.
Mrs. Tobacco. Mrs. Wright.
Here.
Mr. Capone.
Here.
Mrs. Maniz.
Here. We're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence for Janet Haley, passed away on October 24th. Mrs. Haley served as a district as a valued secretary at both high schools and central office from 1998 till her retirement in 2013. We extend our deepest condolences to the Haley family. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to start with our presentations. We'll start with Winston's.
Yes.
There is,
Yes.
presentation.
Mr. Capone is going to bring it up.
Just need a moment.
I just want to update the board, Jessica Ritz, our district food service director, unfortunately, is ill this evening. It's not able to come to the presentation, but we have found food service, and I see the center open there as well.
All right, start on the next one. Thank you, everyone. My name is John Georges. I'm the district manager for Wizards, and I just wanted to spend a little bit of time to share some of our accomplishments over the last year and through COVID and what we're planning for this year. The next slide, please. So our COVID meal distribution. So we started, when COVID hit, we obviously had to run quickly and figure out a way to feed the community, and our team did a great job of putting together some meals to do that. So, the families were able to sign up for our meal delivery during this time, and we worked together with Middletown Security and Maintenance to coordinate the delivery routes around town for the prepackaged meals, and we did that from March through June. And then when September hit, we were still in a virtual situation. So we had a bi-weekly meal pickup. We tweaked it a little bit to still meet the needs of the community. And we packaged our meals at 3 locations around the district. And we were able to still offer fresh fruits, vegetables. We did have to make some adjustments and offer some of our what we call IPMs, which are individually plated meals. And we did that through those months. Next slide, please. So in December, we partnered with the Farmers to Families program. We provided extra meals to Middletown community right before the break. These were it was a USDA program where boxes of food were put together that we could just give to the family. We had a gallon of milk, some food, fresh fruits, vegetables, which helped the families that were in need. So we distributed 500 boxes of food right before the winter break. Great. Just go down a little bit more. Sorry, go back to the last slide. Sorry. I just wanted to thank you. So then in May and June is when the kids were returning to school. So then we were able to bring back our staff at that point in time. So previously, up until then, we were operating with just a reduced staff, which was challenging, but now we're able to bring back a larger majority of our staff, which again helps the team members in the community because they were out of work for a while. So we brought them back in May and June, and then we continued to serve in school for the last 23 days of school. So we tried to get back to a little bit of a normal routine. Wasn't exactly what everyone had hoped for, but we're slowly getting there. Took some time. And then in July and August of the summer, this past July and August, we continued with our grab-and-go meals, which was a 7-day meal pickup. This chart here is just a little bit to show the what we call the average daily meals that we did. There's a picture of Jessica, so unfortunately she couldn't be here, but that's a small shot of her serving in the rain one day. So I wanted to point that out. So in this chart, it's hard to see the graphics on the bottom, but what it should illustrate is that we served over 500,000 breakfast and lunch meals during the pandemic to ensure everyone at home still was able to receive meals. Now, these are some things that we did pre-COVID. So we tried to do a lot with our local partnerships. So Valentino's Pizza, we started using Jem's Bagels. We had partnered with David Burke and the JBJ Soul Kitchen. So we're hoping to get back to those things as the year goes on. Obviously, as everyone knows, the restaurant industry was hit very hard. So it's very hard to get people to give up their time at this point. But we're going to continue to work with some of our partners. Next slide. And just a little marketing update. We have some fun stuff planned with the kids. We're going to try to reinvigorate our cafeteria safari program. That's a program where we had Jillian Draft come in, so the kids enjoy it. They'll come in and, kind of meet with the kids. Hopefully we can still do that with over there. Slide, please. And a little bit of some of the stuff that we did when we opened in September. What we did is we brought back our made-to-order deli bar, which is where we serve our boar's head cold cuts. So the kids have a choice of pre-made sandwiches. Sorry, not pre-made. A choice of a sandwich that they can actually have made to order again, which they had missed for a long period of time. And we still have some of our grab-and-go items. We're using 100%, all white meat chicken, 100% beef burgers, everything from scratch as possible. Next slide. Just some pictures around the district. Again, a little hard to see, but if you're in the high school and middle school, you can see we're preparing everything fresh from scratch on the line every day. So some of the changes that come with COVID and some of the challenges as well. One of the things is some of our suppliers are not able to deliver as frequently as they used to. So we had to bring in some additional refrigeration with the help of the district, which was needed anyway to store some of the, the milk and some of the items we had. So that has helped with some of the supply chain issues that I'm sure you've seen throughout the news that are rampant right now. Thankfully, we've been able to still continue to serve and not have any of those issues. We've been able to bypass a lot of them through our partnerships with our vendors. A little bit of an employment update. We still struggle. So anyone interested in a job, we have plenty of openings. We have hosted 2 summer job fairs. We did pretty well at the beginning, and then we had some fallout from then. But right now we're posting in local Patch, Indeed, Monster, Craigslist. We do have on November 13th a job fair that's going to be here actually. So the Bayshore Family Success Center. So again, we have 7 open positions currently. We did great on our most recent Board of Health inspections, so we passed flying colors on that. Next slide, please. This is just a little bit about the supply chain update that we, I believe, we posted on the website.
We did post this information already on the website. This presentation's on our website, but we also did a separate communication about the supply chain issues.
Thank you. Next slide. So these are some statistics. This shows you a real difference between what we did. What we're doing here is we're comparing our lunch participation pre-COVID 2019 to what we are now. So you can see, in the orange is the meals for this year that we're serving, which is a huge increase. As everyone knows, the meals are all free this year, and they plan on continuing to be free for the full year. So it's great to see, how many students are taking advantage of the program this year. Any questions?
So have we received any feedback about what people think about the opposite quality of food, or realize that supply chain coming out of COVID? How often do we do that? It's for the students or for the parents?
We have a fall survey that's coming out, which will be coming out in the next week.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's where we're gonna solicit, so everyone will be able to, on the website, there'll be a link, and then everyone can go online and then actually fill out any of the specifics with
Okay.
whether they want, new things they want to see, any issues they have, but those, if you have any issues now, we want to take those as quickly as possible. So you can just reach out to our general manager if there's a concern about quality or anything there.
so that survey will be on our website?
Yeah, we'll have the links up.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see. I know there's a lot of challenges in terms of what folks think, and we'll see what numbers in terms of participation, but what they think of different topics. I know elementary, middle, high school, a lot of different experiences.
We really appreciate the opening back up to high schools and the sandwich bars and stuff that the kids really like to go to, because I know a few people in other school districts where that's not happening yet.
Yes.
So to give our kids the opportunity, to have better food and more things that they like is a good thing. And I'm sure, if you survey the kids, we're gonna find some good comments, some bad comments, but like you said, if we can get those comments and we can improve on them.
Sure, that's what we're here for. Anything that comes up, we're here to, it's a partnership to make sure we're doing what the kids want and putting on the menu what the kids would like to see. So there's always challenges. There's going to continue to be challenges. That's unfortunately, where we're at with the supply chain as well. But I think we're doing a really good job at trying to, to be proactive in communication too, which is key, right? So communicating when there's an issue that will affect, and if it is because of supply chain or because of some other reasons, getting that to you so that we can let everybody know what's supposed to work.
I know the elementary pizza days were big. Are they coming back? Have you
Yes,
started them?
yes. So we've been using Valentino's here and there, but as the meals have spiked as well, it's a little more challenging even for our vendors to go to keep up with it. So we have to split the days up into different weeks so that we can feed everybody.
What about like gluten-free and vegan or any options?
Yeah, we have gluten-free options, vegan options. If they're, we usually work through those with the nurses specifically, but if anybody has any questions when they come through the cafeteria, they can ask the lead person there, and we have those options.
And I will give you some feedback.
Okay.
I'm a mom of football player, and all football players were talking at the pasta party hat. They always get extra lunch after wherever their mom packs, and they're going back for extra lunch because it's been good. So, yeah.
Thank you for that.
Good to hear. Hey, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget, if there's anybody out there that's looking for a part-time job, these guys are hiring and we can use that. Oh, okay, we're gonna do standardized assessment results now, Bridget. John, Shaw.
All right, good evening, everyone. Not as fun as pizza, but we'll do the best that we can. So each year we're required to report out on assessment results from the year before. Last year, due to the disrupted nature of the world, there was not a typical NJSLA administration. There wasn't one at all. So instead, we're going to report out on some of the local assessments we gave, plus also SATs and some other assessments that came up district-wide. So again, this is all on last year. It's not anything to do with the current year. Just to briefly highlight what we're going to discuss, the SAT, which is given in, last year was given in September as a special offering, October, November, December, March, May, and June. AP exams in spring 2020, we had a very abridged version, so everybody was at home. And then this past year, we returned to a full-length AP exam. They were either given online or in person on paper. Looks like going into this school year coming up, they'll be back on paper. Lincoln forms A, B, and C. We've been using Lincoln now for several years. These are benchmark assessments that we use within district to assess students' knowledge of current grade level standards. And it actually came in handy this past year when we had to submit to the DOE that we were actually giving assessments that were standards aligned. We had all that data right at our fingertips, which is really great. We had access for ELLs, that's the English language proficiency test, dynamic learning maps for students, and linked on the website is this presentation. So if you're interested in checking out our district assessment hub, all of these assessments are explained with some additional resources for parents. And ironically, Rap Library, and we have a partnership with the Middletown Library for offering our students some free test prep if they need it. So our first sequence of slides is on our AP results. If we can just go down a little bit. These slides just contain the number of students who got each score in the AP exam. The AP exam is scored on a scale of 1 to 5. Most colleges accept a score of 3 or higher. Some of the more competitive ones accept a score of 4 or higher. So I just listed here the results from 1920 along with 2021. We did see a slight dip in the number of test takers in 2021, again, for a variety of reasons due to COVID-19 and the pandemic. But moving into this year, we're looking forward to getting back on track and sitting for an actual full year of an AP class and taking an authentic pencil and paper AP exam. But we are proud of our students, many of whom we recognize tonight as student recognition. We did, along that line, we had a lot of AP scholars in our 2 high schools, both at High School North and at South. These are awarded to students who get passing results on a number of AP exams. It's on a sliding scale basis. So we're happy to report we have a large number of scholars in both of our high schools. Top up. All right. There's also a district equity and excellence report that College Board puts out. This just keeps track of the percentage of students in each grade level who actually sit for an AP test and then get a score of 3 or higher, which is passing. And we did notice we had students in a variety of grade levels last year that did just that, mostly seniors, because that's when a lot of students elect to take those college offerings. But we did see it also in 11th grade, double digits, some 10th and some 9th as well. So next steps, as a new director of assessment, it's important to us that we help our students reach the highest levels possible. We want to strive for excellence all the time. So we've met with the AP teachers, myself plus each content director, and we've developed a shared vision of AP instruction. We had time to share out best practices and resources that they needed. And this was done in a whole group format and also an individual format where we looked at results from last year, looked at a 5-year trend just to see patterns and talk about changes in the assessments and classroom strategies. And we just brainstormed for the future, knowing how our students are and some lessons we learned from the pandemic and really creating a student-centered learning environment. We had some really good conversations and we're excited to continue to raise the level of achievement in AP. SATs. So as you may be aware, SAT enrollment has been down a little bit. Some colleges have shifted to test optional. So we did see a fewer number of test takers in 2020, 2021 than we did the year before. However, we are noticing that our performance, even during COVID-19, has been pretty stable. We're still having students do fairly well on these assessments. If you can go down a little bit more. Just to give you one snapshot from last year, we get SAT reports for every month. I chose May because that is usually one of our better attended sessions. Most juniors take it in May for the first or second time because it's at the end of their junior year and they have time to study. And then if they want to do it again, they might choose June or study over the summer and take it in August. So we are, we're doing really well in both of our high schools. As you'll see here, the average score for High School South was 1121. When a student gets their report, their score actually ends in 0. So this is it's an average of all the students. No one would ever get an 1121, but on average, that's the score for South combined with math and ELA. And for High School North, 1066. And what's interesting is if you break it down into each individual section, if you look at the mean evidence-based reading and writing score, North's average was about 535. So that, that could be about 540, and South's was 557, which is a 560. So on the SAT scale, that's only a difference of 2 questions. So our high schools are performing pretty comparatively in both reading and in math. We see the same thing in that column as well, a 530 versus a 560. So that could be a matter of 2 or 3 questions on average that the students are performing a part by in each score. And those values are above national average. Next steps, so I kind of mentioned the test optional impact on our test takership, and there's also the ACT exam as well. But what we're doing in Middletown this year, we are trying to infuse SAT preparation across the curriculum. In reality, there are science-based questions on the math section. There are science-based passages on the reading section. So it's really, not the responsibility of the math and English teachers only to get students prepared for these assessments. So we're looking for ways to incorporate these types of questioning across the curriculum. So I've listed some examples up there. We've given the teachers the resources, and we'll continue to do outreach over the course of the year, especially in Algebra 2, since we have all of our juniors sitting in that course. I mean, we just rewrote it. So we have every lesson aligned to the SAT. And a lot of the SAT language and reasoning is also the same as what students take on the NJSLA or the new graduation required assessment. So it's not like another add-on. All of this is kind of going to the same place. And then again, more outreach to parents and students. We have free SATs here at the Middletown Library once a month that students can take advantage of. All that's on my assessment hub. Khan Academy is a free online platform students can use for SATs. And then we're rewriting SAT prep this year. All right, link it. I'll try to get through this as quickly as I can because it's a lot of slides. So just to give an overview of link it, we give Form A, B, and C link it assessments in grades 3 through 11 for ELA, and then 2 through 8 for math. In the high school of math, we only give forms B and C. So the link it exams are on current grade level standards. So students are taking assessments on standards they might not have yet been exposed to. But by taking them and looking at the results, it allows teachers to see what students already know coming in so that they might not need to spend as much time later on in the year on a topic if students already demonstrate mastery of it. Like I said, we've been giving these assessments for a number of years, and it helps us to prioritize major content areas and instruction over the course of the year. A secondary benefit of Link it gives teachers an idea of where a student is projected to perform on a state assessment if they're interested in kind of seeing where the kids are at. And then for our support staff, our interventionists, our coaches, they'll look at those students on the bubble or who are close but need some additional support over the course of the year, and they'll push in and work with them as well. So the next series of slides just highlights some of the growth we observed over the course of last year. Despite the challenges of remote instruction and quarantining and all those things that happened last year, we were able to see positive student growth over the course of the year and a reduction of negative growth. So that was really good to see. Want to keep going. In math grade 2 across the district, we saw over the course of the year increased mastery for our students as it took forms A, B, and C. Just to give you some background, A is usually taken in the fall. I believe that was given in late fall. B is given in a little after the new year, and then C is given in about in the springtime. So it's like a fall, winter, spring assessment. And then here we have math and ELA. These are just overall averages on the tests. Again, we see a positive upward trend for both subjects in grade 3. Grade 4, math, we see a positive upward trend. ELA, as a group of specialists and directors, we did tap into the 4th grade standards a little bit to see what might have occurred in the middle. And, we were able to trace it back to a particular standard. So that's something we just prioritize at that time and improve on it over the course of the year. And the same for grade 5 ELA. Grade 6, again, all the scores are there if you want to check them out. We see growth over the course of the year if you look at all the students' average scores. For grade 7 as well. The math, again, we traced it back to one specific standard with structure and expressions. So that's something we're going to continue to work on over the course of this year. Grade 8, the grade 8 test doesn't include the honors algebra students, it's just pre-algebra grade 8, and then ELA, same thing, upward trend across the board. And then grade 9, we give the link it there as well. So we have those listed there. I think I included the grade 8 students in that as well. 2 different groups. Grade 10, we had our geometry test. Remember, for high school, we only give 2, so we give the B and the C. And then for ELA, we see the same type of growth. Grade 11, algebra 2 is always a tricky one. That's a very difficult course for a lot of students. So we're excited this year with our rewrite. We're hoping we'll see a bit of growth between B and C. A lot of seniors took algebra 2 last year as well, so the motivation at the end of the year is a little tougher to get. And then same thing in grade 11 for ELA. All right, the next sequence of slides just, if anyone's interested This just looks at how we did last year on Lincoln compared to a normal school year in 2018, 2019, where there were no emergencies or anything like that. So if you look at those side by side, I kind of grouped this by grade band. But for elementary, the performance for last school year is in orange, and then on the left is the green. I couldn't get it side by side when I ran it. So like the first green bar will correspond to the first orange bar if we're looking, from 18-19 to last year. So I think it's pretty remarkable considering, again, how disrupted our year was last year, that we were able to maintain or even improve upon, I see in grade 2, on the same level of performance as during a regular school year. So all those are there as well. ELA, pretty remarkably similar from a normal school year to a disrupted school year. Orange being disrupted. Middle school math, again, pretty consistent, from 18-19 to 2021. ELA, we see much of the same. And in high school math, because we only gave the B and the C, this is slightly different, but those as well, we see kind of similar performance across the board. ELA in the high school, that ended up being a lot better during the pandemic. So I guess our students were reading a little bit more while they were home. So that was good to see. All right, we can keep going here. And that's just, if anyone's interested, we have some specifics, down to the school level, and your principals will be presenting this information at PFA event soon. So that's here in case you're interested. And this breaks it down further into average on Form A, which was the first test, to average on Form C, which is the one given at the end of the year, and then it breaks it up into the performance bands. The performance bands match those on the state assessment, the NJSLA. There's one additional band here called bubble, that's specific to Lincoln, but that tells us who might need some intervention, like who's really on the cusp. And about 2/3 of those students, if you take students in the bubble and work with them closely, usually about 2/3 of them can go up to the next level of performance. So those are definitely a focus area. All right, and we have that for math, we have for ELA, for each of the grade bands. All right, so as far as next steps go, so now, we had all this data last year, what did we do with it? Besides just put it on slides and make it look really nice. We did meet with ELA coaches, math coaches, and specialists and interventionists in June, right before the school year was over, just to digest it. Like, what are we seeing? Why are we seeing it? What are some areas to improve upon for the following year? And we use that information to adjust our pacing guides, to come up with additional ways of engaging students that will help them achieve higher levels. We also wrote a couple of sample SGOs for teachers that were rooted in standards that came up a little bit lower on Lincoln. So at least there's a focus. An SGO is something that a teacher develops. It's called student growth objective. So we thought, what better way to have an objective than one that's grounded in our data? Like, how did our students do, and where could we use a little bit of extra attention? So we had a really productive session with the specialist group back in the spring. And then we're meeting with them again this Wednesday. We just gave Lincoln Form A. So we have all that data ready to go. And we have a full day planned where we're going to be diving deep and looking at what they did really well on, what needs improvement, what changes to make right now, what students need to put on the radar. We're going to do all that on Wednesday. All right, and I'll turn it over to Mrs. Berg for Rita.
Okay, good evening. My name is Bridget Berg. I am the new district director of curriculum instruction for student programs. I'm going to speak with you tonight about the WIDA access scores for ELs. The purpose of this test is under federal regulations. We do have to give this test to all English language learners that enter the district. The data supports us in understanding students' current level of English language proficiency. And the data serves as one of the data measures. We use multiple measures to support the English language learners that enter our district. In order to exit the program, students have to have a composite score of 4.5, but it is looked at through multiple measures. In addition to the access test, we also look at an English language observation form, which is completed by the administration, the ESL teacher, as well as additional staff, like the guidance counselors in the building, to make sure that we're looking at multiple measures before we exit the student if they have scored a 4.5 on the exam. And this really just helps us to, continue, we always can do better, to reflect and look at the effectiveness of our program and to continue to build it and make it better as we go along. Thank you. So this is an overall slide for 2021 access for ELS. It basically tells us that the number of students tested in the district was 63 students for the 2021 school year. And the average proficiency level, that's where that 4.5 comes in. So it can range from 1 to 6.0. And our average level of proficiency across all 63 students was 3.6. And then after looking at those multiple measures, 13 students were able to exit the program for the 2021 school year. This is a report that Linkit, our partner company, helped us put together, but it does observe a 5-year trend of access scores for all the students that have been in the program from 2016, 2017 school year through the 2020-2021 school year. And in the second column, it shows the number of students that have been tested. So even if a student, when they first enter the district, they are able to get screened so we can see where they left off in their previous school district. Even if they decline services, which they have, parents have the option to do, they still take the access assessment annually. So the second column shows you the number of students tested. It ranges from year to year, from 47 up to 63 last school year. And then it breaks it down from level 1, which is entering, through level 6, which is reading. Students are assessed in speaking, listening, reading, and writing. So there's 4 areas that they're assessed on that make up that composite score of the 4.5. If you'll notice, the years that COVID has impacted us, the scores are a little bit skewed. But when you look at level 5, bridging, which is showing the students growing, you can see in 16-17 that we had 1 student, but then in 17-18 we went up to 4, 18-19 we went up to 5 students that met the bridging, but then it dropped off a little bit. But these numbers the difference can be due to the difference from when we were impacted from COVID. And then I'm just going to turn it over to Dr. Tiedemann, who's going to discuss the DLM results.
Hi, everyone. The DLM is the dynamic learning map. It is given to a very, very small number of students, the students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, who even with accommodations are unable to participate in the standard state assessment, the NJSLA. So as you can see, we had a very, very small number of students, 45 or less, participating. These scores range from emerging, in which the student is just showing initial development of the skills, then they're approaching target, at target, or advanced. The DLM is the content comes from what's called the essential elements, which the standards that are tested on the NJSLA are broken down into very small components. Students are tested individually with their teacher, or they might be tested with the speech therapist. It's a small series of testlets. The student takes, it adapts, whether it gets a little bit harder or a little bit easier. And it is, in most districts, it's less than 1% of the total population. So the next slide is just a breakdown of how I explained the emerging, approaching, at, and the advanced. Thank you.
Now we have our ESSER, ARP, and our ESSER plan for the use of the funds.
Thank you, Mrs. Mendes. First, we're going to bring up the presentation. Again, this is posted on our website, but the purpose of tonight's presentation is to give an overview of our application plans for the American Rescue Plan, the elementary and secondary school emergency relief user funds. So if you go to the first slide. So for those who may not be familiar, there's been several rounds of federal funding released to school districts to help fund initiatives and expenses related to the current pandemic and the challenges brought about by the pandemic. The latest round of allocations that the district was given was the allocations under the American Rescue Plan, or ARP, as they call it, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, and the term ESSER award. And for this particular award, the Middletown Schools was allocated $4,953,723. So the way this funding is structured is it is allocated in specific categories, as we detailed on the slide. So the first category is what they call sort of the general ESSER funds, and that allocation of money, there are several different things you can use it for. We'll go into that in a little more detail on the next slide. But that allocation is $4,041,675. Then the following four allocations are what they call subgrants, and those funds are dedicated to more specific initiatives and expenditures and challenges that the district will face. So as you can see, we have our accelerated learning and coaching and educator support sub-grant, which is $763,000. We have evidence-based summer learning and enrichment of $52,021. Evidence-based comprehensive beyond the school day activities, $52,021. And the NJTSS mental health support staffing sub-grant of $45,000. So the project period for these grants for the total ARP ESSER award is from March 11th, 2021 to September 30th of 2024. So we are able to allocate expenses back to March 11th if the district chose to do that. And we have until September 30th of 2024 to spend and allocate the funds. The application date for the ARP ESSER grant is November 24th, 2021. That's when it has to be submitted to the NJBOE. Slide. So talking about the largest allocation is the ESSER, or the ESSER 3 funds, the $4,041,000. There's, as we said, there are several categories of allowable uses for these funds. However, the intention of the district for these funds is to focus on the areas that we've listed on this slide. Mainly the areas of school facilities, repairs, and improvements. So the intention of the funding that we're going to be applying for under this grant would be to dedicate that to our planned uses and that we've been talking about with the board and with the Facilities and Finance Committee to focus on specific high priority projects from our long range facilities plan that involve more of the mechanical systems and more specifically our HVAC systems. So that is what the district is planning on allocating those funds for. If we go on to the
What are the other uses? In other words, you have all the mechanical, but other places that could be, I know you're saying facilities spoke about this, but what other areas would that money be used for?
It could be used for to fund like other pandemic related expenses and learning expenses and things of that nature. It could be used for personnel, it could be used for supplies, it could be in all those different categories.
So it's not just for mechanical or
No,
facilities.
there's a list of several different things, but this is what we are looking to focus these particular funds on. You know, we've had the other rounds of funding, the CARES funding, you know, the other ESSER funds that we've used to fund other things related to the pandemic supplies and and even some personnel positions, but for this particular allocation of funding, we are looking to put at least this piece of it toward the district's mechanical systems and HVAC.
So that would go into our capital budget?
Right,
For me.
yes, we would have to, well, it would be funded by the grant. So anything that we did under this grant, it would not come out of our operating budget, it would come out of this grant.
We get reimbursed.
We would, if we do a project and we.
So it'd be like a capital, it'd be like part of our.
It would be a capital project, but instead of the money coming out of our operating budget, it would be funded by these funds, which would be our grant funds. If you know, when we do our budget, we have our operating budget, we have our grant budget, we have, right, so it would be under that category that would be the grant portion of the budget.
This would just be another ledger page.
It's similar to, you know, we receive the IDEA funding, we receive ESEA funding. Those expenses get charged to our grants and not to the operating budget, so this would be the same. It would be a capital project, but it would be funded by grant funds.
Are there any other funds that we've received, like the IDA or the other ESSERs that have conditions tied to them? Like this one does?
We receive IDEA money, we receive.
Do we have to agree to anything to get that IDA money? Do we have to agree to certain conditions?
So if there's unforeseen mandates that came down the line, down the road, this money would be applied to.
When we apply for this money, we have to submit an application just like we do for ESEA or IDEA, and we're required to agree to abide by the financial responsibilities of the grant. There's reporting responsibilities, there's purchasing guidelines, not just that we abide by from the state, but also there's federal purchasing guidelines that we always do, again, same as IDEA or ESEA. The only thing that's different or unique to this grant that we have to submit that we would be updating every 6 months and that we approved was the safe return plan that the board approved last month.
So we already applied for the overall monies.
The way this works, it's just like, again, IDEA or ESA. We're told what our allocation is. The state gets the money.
Yep.
They tell us what our allocation is. They don't just send us the money. We have to submit an application for the money. And we know what the amount is because we're told, but we have to submit an application which would entail putting in the budget, how you plan on spending the money, and then narratives and justifications to support what you're looking to spend the money on. And then that goes to the NJDOE and they would approve it. Or if something's not clear, they don't think something is in line with what the grant is supposed to be funding, they'll go back and forth with the district, but you have to submit it. It's not that you're applying, you're not picking your amount of applying, but you're basically supporting, you're giving a justification of what you're going to spend your allocation on, and the DOE is approving it.
So under finance, under F2, this is the plan, this deck, this PowerPoint is the plan that this is like the actual plan. I'm guessing this is what the form we fill out.
The purpose of this, and there's a few more slides to go through the different buckets of funding, but the purpose of this is to tell the board what initiatives we were looking to fund with these grant funds.
But you have, once you tell them that, the government that's what you have to use it for.
Unless you apply for an amendment to the grant and you end up.
Right, so in other words, you're not putting the capital budget, so if there's something that came up, you could reapply and say, well, listen, we used $2 million of this for the projects, but we have other items that we want to use it for, we could reapply and see if it's.
You mean these funds?
Yes.
Yeah, you would have to amend, right, you have to amend the.
I asked because I'm assuming that means that from the other ESSER funds that we fill all of the teaching, counseling, whatever other SEL type positions we needed to do from the first two.
You know, as an administrative team, we felt that this is the most urgent need for those monies, that we've been able to utilize our other funding sources to cover the other.
So we're saying everything else is covered, whether it's SEL or teaching or co-teachers. I know we use some of those funds for that. We're saying we're all good with that. In other words, the district, we are good, and we can use this for some of the issues that we have or some of the needs we have in the long range plan.
I mean, we are using other funding sources like the ESSER two to fund those other initiatives.
So we're saying that's enough.
There's also some additional positions in subsequent.
Right, if I can get through the rest of the day.
So I'm saying out of the 4 million, right, 4 million
But
part of
there's
it.
other, right, the 4 million is the general.
Yeah, I got it.
That's the only piece of this that we could use for facilities. So if you
Okay.
go through the other sub-grants, you'll see maybe some of the.
No, the other ones I love the deck, I'm just asking about the 4 million in particular.
And if I could just interject for a second, we did do a needs assessment survey with all of our building principals, and we asked them to speak to some of their stakeholder groups. You know, staff members in their buildings who lead different projects.
Yeah.
And what we did is when we got the results of what their needs were, we compared it against positions and programs we've already implemented through CARES Act and ESSER two, because those are ongoing grants as well that have future expiration dates and positions that have been budgeted over multiple years. And then we looked at what were in those needs assessments that we hadn't planned for yet. And that's what we prioritized in all of these different grant and sub-grants that Amy's going through now.
And that will comprise, because isn't it supposed to be that 20% of these funds are to be?
But that's
to
what
address
the
learning
sub-grants are. The
For these,
sub-grants are
okay.
is the 20%.
And then that's why you'll see how we prioritize that for the sub.
Okay.
So the HVAC and all of that, those are needs that would have been necessary no matter what, regardless of COVID.
Yes, but this funding is giving everybody a chance to have another funding source to address those. So moving on to the next slide. This one's up there, the Accelerated Learning Coaching and Educated Support Grant. That sub-grant is $763,006, and the main purpose of this sub-grant is to provide professional learning for educators, middle school staff, and skills and topics that will empower them to better meet the needs of their students. So you can see Middletown's planned uses include the introduction of ESS, Effective School Solutions, at the elementary level for 2 years to provide student and family mental health services and behavior support, to provide supplemental instruction to students quarantined due to COVID-19 contact tracing. We'll do that for 1 year. It's also to provide staff stipends to support school learning design teams, data analysis, and program planning. Also to fund staff stipends to develop grades 6 through 12 English and math common unit assessments, and to introduce a school health coordinator who would support all students and staff in maintaining a healthy and safe learning environment, and that will be funded for 1 year. Turn to the next slide. So the next sub-grant is the Evidence-Based Summer Learning and Enrichment Activities Grant. That's $52,021. The main purpose of this grant is it was designed to support research-based summer activities that reinforce the broader ecosystem of students, staff, and families. Our planned uses are to use the money to fund summer instrumental music camps and also esports camps. Each district got a minimum allocation of $40,000. Next slide. The next sub-grant is Evidence-Based Comprehensive Beyond the School Day Activities Grant. That's also $52,021. The intention of this grant is to provide resources for research-based academic enrichment activities during the out-of-school time, which will be before school, after school, weekends, holiday breaks. Again, each district received a minimum allocation of $40,000. Our allocation was $52,021. Our district is planning on using these funds for after-school mentoring program for middle school and an after-school extended day program for the elementary school. And the last sub-grant is the New Jersey Tiered System of Supports. That's the NJTSS Mental Health Support Staffing Grant of $45,000. That is the minimum allocation that each district will receive for this sub-grant. The main purpose of this funding is to aid in the development and implementation of Tier 2, which is targeted small group interventions, and Tier 3, intensive intervention services, in accordance with a multi-tiered systems of support framework that addresses students and educators' mental health and social emotional needs. So Middletown's plan use for these funds is the creation of a stipend position for an after-school restorative practice counselor and conference facilitator. And the purpose of that position would be to provide students with an opportunity to meet with a counselor one-on-one or in groups after school to discuss disciplinary infractions in a constructive and respectful manner while using restorative practices.
All right, so this position is only for somebody who has some disciplinary action against them?
I'm going to defer to Mrs. Walker and Mrs. Pegas to speak more specifically.
Mr. Little, this position would be to address students who've gotten some sort of behavioral challenge in school. We're moving toward a restorative philosophy in the district. So rather than have them participate in activities such as community service after school, they were doing something more punitive. This would give them an opportunity to speak with a counselor, either one-on-one or perhaps group counseling with other students they might have gotten into different situations with.
Is that voluntary?
For the student?
Yeah.
No, it's not gonna be long.
Oh, it's not gonna be voluntary.
No, it will not be.
And there's one position, so which school is it?
That's gonna be a stipend position, so we're gonna be utilizing counselors in both high schools, all three middle schools as well.
Okay. Got it.
So Matt, I'm sorry, just to clarify, so we are not spending any of this grant on mental health services for kids who are just suffering from COVID, we're only doing it on kids who need disciplinary action? Like we're already past the point of they're being in trouble, if they're in trouble in school, they need to be mandated some counseling.
This particular portion of money is used for a stipend to deal with students who have disciplinary infractions.
Is there any other money in there for mental health support for the kids from COVID, from lockdowns?
So earlier in the slides was gonna be addressed at the elementary level. We already have a relationship with ESS in the middle schools and the high schools. But we're gonna be adopting 2 counselors at the elementary level that are gonna rotate through the buildings and push in for mental health services for both students and to support families as well. Not only mental health, but behavioral challenges.
That's through the ESS program.
Correct. Same program that we're utilizing in middle school, and high school, which is usually.
Right, but what about just general mental health for the kids, just to recover from COVID and lockdowns and the kids who are suffering from anxiety, don't have anything? We're really only talking about the severe cases.
Good relationship with YMCA, we have YMCA counseling.
Well,
And
yeah,
right now-
except I'm just saying, I'm not to cut you off, but I will say, even as a parent, there's no appointments available, there's a waiting list a mile long, we only had 29 kids serviced.
That's correct.
On a number, so they're short-staffed, and I just feel like we're not necessarily addressing the mental health challenges of COVID.
So I will tell you that we have a relationship with the Mental Health Association as well. We're gonna be doing staff development with them for 3 days, 3 half days. It's gonna be for counselors, not for students, to provide counselors with the skills that they need to go. That's going to be in November, December, and January.
And I'm sorry, so staff development, and
For counselors, we're gonna be meeting with the Mental Health Association for 3 half days.
Amy, did the state give us any formula or why they came with that money for us?
I mean, they didn't give us a specific formula, but I do know that it's, somewhat based in our, similar to our Title I allocations, that they use that as a basis for allocating this money.
We're just looking at other districts, so approximately 12 districts that receive out of the 930 million, 600 million. And then the remaining 600 districts have the remaining 400. So I'm just questioning, is there a way to go back to the state and say how we perform it done? Maybe we're entitled to more money.
We can always ask a question. It's not something that would prohibit us from going forward with the application. We could do the 2 things simultaneously.
I'd like to know how that formula actually was created and why we just got 4 million versus, 40. The top 21 districts probably fight for a little more.
We also consider, I know, we just talked about facilities with 4 million. I do think SEL, it'd be nice to carve out some more money. Looking at 45,000. Yeah, 45,000, that general 4 million. I mean, I know we might not have an idea of what to do now, but I do find SEL to be very important. We don't know what it could be, but it's like you're talking $1 million. You do that first number we were talking about. We're talking $45,000. It's still, not saying that's not a lot of money, but maybe we could double that, by using some of the
So
other
if you,
money?
we vote tonight, you're asking us to vote tonight on exactly this plan and these allocations.
Almost accepting that number, so that will.
This is what the plan that had been developed by the administrative team, this is what we are looking to put into the application.
Right, but that's a subcategory here. The
That
tier
is,
system,
yes.
the 4 million is general, we can
Right,
use
but
some
as
of
we
that.
said, we are funding some of these things through the other funding sources that we already have.
Well, do we know how much in general for SEL type? And I know we went over this, but I don't have it in front of me, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't
for
have.
the
it
other
in front
two,
of
do we
me.
have an idea? So I would like to make sure, I agree, I think I'd like to make sure we have
Was
that
this,
money.
did you guys talk about this in finance?
I'm not in finance.
Oh, did you, whoever's in finance, you guys talk about finance?
No, we did.
We talked
yes,
about
we-
this exact plan.
This is exactly.
This exact plan.
So this has the committees mapping all these allocations.
This is good.
I mean, I'll just say, because this is something that we've raised in student services, and I have raised this actually in the past, is the need for additional guidance counselors as well at the high school level. And I think this has been going on for quite some time, that they're well over capacity. And I think now, not only the challenges, obviously, everybody coming back to school, but also just the workload capacity of all of the students that they have to cover in terms of giving guidance on all the selections that they have, you know, in addition to other issues that may come up. And so, I don't know, I'm concerned that that's actually, you know, in many ways not enough.
The only thing about that, Mrs. Ryan, is that we do try to avoid funding things that are not necessarily a temporary situation.
Sure, being able to
I
roll
mean,
over future budgets.
right, I mean,
understand that.
we don't like to tie staffing that really should be built into the operating budget to a grant, because when that funding source goes away, then, you know.
Correct. No, I understand that, but I think it also just points to another need. And a need, quite frankly, that's been going on for some time, and that this is not new COVID.
I think these different people we different types of counselors, I think, right? I mean, college got to be very stressful for students right now. The world has changed a little bit in terms of what college is looking at, what to do. Kids have been out of school and back in, then you have younger children who are also impacted by other things in terms of the way they've been impacted through their day to day. I just feel like we can carve some stuff, carve some money out for the future as the board talks about different topics. We say, hey, listen, do we have any money for this? We don't have to, sit there and carve it out of our operating budget. If the state's allowing us to take this and hold it to 2024, I mean, it'd be nice if we could just say, it's at the end of the day, if you want to roll it back in, you can amend it. But I feel like it'd be nice to have it for any kind of needs. I think other people have different views of things that can be used for students. Whether it's guidance, whether it's social emotional, whether it's, a combination of both.
We've been fighting for guidance counselors
Yeah.
for quite a few years. And the high school, the solution was to share one. That's kind of impossible, because when the guidance counselors at one high school and there's an issue with one of their students at another high school, they can't get there, somebody's jumping in. And now with COVID, there's more of a need for them to pay more attention to our students. I would like to actually see that
Maybe it's a great idea, Joe.
I think it has to be addressed sooner than later.
Yeah.
Truthfully, I would say I'd rather see the guidance counselor than the health person on there.
I also just think, the intention of this grant is supposed to be taking care of the devastation from COVID and the lockdowns, and I really would like to see something addressed there aside from the disciplinary for kids. Not that they don't need help, but we already have the ESS plans there, and there's just kids, regular kids are just having anxiety, and I think we need to really address that somehow. I don't think this covers it, so.
And that 4 million was proposed by the state, or something that we came up with the budgetary supply? Sorry.
That's their number.
We give them a number, I'm getting both. Yes.
They were about $176 million. We got four.
So in our meeting, Mr. Kirkpatrick, Ms. Fernella, and Mr. Walker, we did talk about like the next level priorities. And sitting here listening to you, you were echoing what our next level priorities were. We took the original sub-grants and what we targeted there and identified those like the 763,000 in the accelerated learning. You'll notice the bulk of that money is SEL. It's not on accelerated learning, because we feel like we targeted and we've implemented programs to address that. But sending the ESS down to elementary took up almost the entire budget of $763,000. And then from there, that was a priority, was getting ESS down to the elementary for us and listening to what the principal's responses were. And then the next priority from there would have been high school. We talked about high school guidance specifically. We agree with you. We've been looking at the adequacy formula for years of our staffing, and we know that we're understaffed at high school guidance. That's one of the few positions where we are understaffed. And then the next was in talking about the need for behaviorists. We currently have 2 full-time behaviorists in the district, and they're really stretched thin. That does impact academics. There is that, incidental impact. So if we were going to change the plan, those would be what we discussed as the next areas of concern as well.
Kim, I don't think it's just the high school guidance that we need to address, I think it's the middle school also. Because I mean, you look at the enrollment at Thompson and, I know we tried to address that, but I just think that we can't wait any longer.
Yeah, well, we have that.
On the high school or the middle school. I think what I'm feeling from the board is that, and tell me if I'm wrong, that we wanted to have a little bit more input in this and maybe change some of what's up there to put into this. And I think that I wasn't for tabling this in the beginning, but I think that if it's not due till November 24th, we got a little time to work on this and maybe rethink what we need to put in here.
Well, I just want to clarify what's on the agenda tonight is for the board to approve the district applying for the funds and to accept the funds. So as far as what exactly goes into the application, that can still be under discussion, but
The application is
It's-
$4 million.
the applications for these funds. But what I'm saying is that the agenda item doesn't specifically lay out this plan. The agenda item merely gives permission to submit an application and to accept
Well,
funds.
it says plan to me, that's what I asked before, that too, it says, proposed program plan, I thought it has to be why.
Right.
If this was a plan. So I thought we already
Well, this is
told the
the
state
plan.
that we wanted the money. Right. And then now this is where you actually have to vote on the allocation of funds.
That's exactly what I thought, we were
Right.
on a
We
plan,
already agreed to last.
Yeah.
not the money.
Take the money.
But Amy, are you saying that even though we had already agreed that and this was like months ago, right, when this was released, that we were gonna go for that much, are you saying that now it's just a blanket application saying we want to apply for those funds, and we
No,
still have time?
no, the application is specific. But what I'm saying is that the agenda item doesn't lay out necessarily all the details of what we're intending on putting in the application. But we need a resolution that the board is supporting us applying for these, or putting in an application for these funds and accepting the funds.
When we submit the application in the ULEAD, right, when Bridget goes to hit send, she has to include the board resolution that showed that you accepted the funds.
I'm just really,
Accepting the plan.
sorry,
The board resolution is just for accepting the funds.
okay, I'm just really concerned.
It's the same as what we do, we accept IDEA funds, we
But
accept
Amy, it's not
Title
the
I
same.
funds.
It's not the same, I just
It's the same
asked you, it's not the same because this particular grant is from the federal government and it comes tied to masking, vaccines, testing, and every other social distancing, every other COVID policy that there is out there. And what happens if these things go away? We're tied to the funding and what we agreed to. So I'm concerned and I'm not ready to move on this.
I think if we have time, I'm assuming we're gonna have 2 meetings every month, we could always, make our workshop meeting, a voting meeting, if we need to do it sooner.
Well, we would have to
Here's my
start
question. When you-
putting the
Yes.
My question is that if we agree to accept the funds, is it how we want to use the funds that needs to be determined later? And can we do that later? And
No,
that was-
No,
No, you
in
have
the
to.
grant application, it has to be submitted by November 24th.
Right, right.
So,
Right, but I'm saying, if we agree
Right,
to say we're gonna use the funds.
Tonight,
Right, tonight,
yes.
do we still have time to decide how much of those funds is going into what applications before you send it in?
That has
And
to
we
be,
move the
yes.
money around.
But I think this is a good conversation because I don't want anyone to have the misunderstanding that this is just simple, we go in front of the computer and type a few words. This grant application takes many hours. So if we could maybe get from you a general consensus as to what specific, how many positions, like Joan, that was good feedback, like also look at the middle school, and have and Matt should take that into consideration. The behaviors that we talked about as secondary measures that Dr. Teason has talked to us about, and we need kind of general consensus because all of that comes tied to salary allocations that they dictate to us. Every position has a salary amount that they, and a benefit amount that they require us to attach to these positions. So that is where it gets very specific. It's not just like we want to create a program and we're telling them we estimate it to cost $25,000. So if we can get more specifics from you tonight, and we can flesh this out, crunch the numbers, and come back to you with the revised plan that meets everyone's, all the stakeholder groups.
So why don't we do that and then take a vote on it that night?
Well, you can still accept the funds, and then that's all they want to see. That's all they want to see.
Now, the
when we
next
submit the
question is,
application.
like I asked Amy before, why can't we ask to see if they can redo our formula or the formula to get more money?
We can, however, in the technical guidance session that we sat in, they clarified that it is linked to your ESEA allocations as well as somewhat your IDPA. So it was based on predetermined allocations for other grants.
And like I said, it's not something that we can't do simultaneously. I mean, we can submit a request to have them relook at our allocation, but we can still move ahead with putting in the application for the funds we have. If they decide to change our allocation later, then we will be given the opportunity to incorporate those funds into our grant.
So when you put in the application now, then they basically say what we're seeing right now on the slide, or
Well, I think what we're saying is that we can continue to have this conversation. We just need the board's approval to even put in an application. And we can continue to have this conversation about what
right,
specifically.
that's what I'm asking, if we're gonna put in an application, like you stated, we have to have something on that application, so do we have to?
Well, we have to have a plan. Yeah, we have to have a plan.
So that's why I'm
We
saying
have to
that
say
the
specific.
vote, the vote to take the funds, they want to know what we're dealing with again, that's how you put that in an application.
Well, the application is due November 24th, so I think what we're suggesting is that.
We can board the whole board again to see where we want to put it.
It's a committee,
Well, that's what I was gonna suggest. I mean, there could be specific aspects in this. It could be further discussed in committee before we actually submit the application.
Right, like if an SEL is something that we all feel strongly about wanting to support more through these grant funds, then we can have another student services meeting. And myself and Bridget can also come to help support the conversation there. Matt and Pat will be there, and Michelle. And we can talk about what specific positions, obviously that would have to draw down from the 4 million that is on there now, allocated to other services, because all the other funds, that 763,000, the vast majority of that subgrant is SEL. It's expanding ESS to elementary. The other 3 are locked in. The last one has to be mental health. And the other 2
That
have to be.
763 came afterwards, if I'm correct, right?
The
The
763,
763 was something different, because we were
This
originally
was-
getting like 4.1.
Well, that was part of that 20% that we were talking about of our total allocation that was reserved for specific items that we went over.
And if this federal grant ends up getting tied to mandates down the road, then we are tied to those as well.
not according to what we heard from the technical assistants. In fact, we have to review our safe return plan every 6 months.
Yeah.
So in December, we're going to have to review that. And if there's been any changes, like if there is the elimination of the need for masks or the elimination of whatever, then our plan has to be amended to represent or to reflect current requirements.
So that could go either way.
could
I
go
mean,
either
the
way.
mask could go off, or we could.
No, I don't
We
think
can mandate
that.
vaccines
Well, I
for
don't
kids.
I don't think that, I don't see us putting anything extra, there is nothing less testing in our plan, and we don't plan on putting anything but testing in our plan, there's no one saying that we have to. And,
It's that's a concern.
Tied to this, the only thing it said is that you have to make information available about testing. And we have that on our website, and it's available to the community.
So I just want to clarify something, because I'm really confused about what the conversation is. You want us to approve the money, but you also are saying that we have to have a plan go in with that money, right?
And that's what we're having the
we
conversation about.
need you to approve the money, we'd like you to approve the money.
But you're
We then
saying,
have to build a plan before we actually submit all this to the state. Part of what we have to submit to the state is the board approvals for the money. We will work with the board committee to, I mean, we have to start.
And so we can kind of flush this out a little bit more before we actually input it.
So after we vote on it tonight, we have to vote on anything else going forward.
We don't have to do another resolution. We will continue to have the conversation.
Conversation, but no more vote.
No more votes.
So therefore, I think we should wait to have this conversation and vote another time.
And we have time, right?
So November 24th, and we have, 2 board meetings next month.
So we
Well,
could also.
I
put
just
it on-
want to reiterate what Mrs. Peakus was saying, though. I just don't want the board's expectation to be that we can put something together in an application in a matter of a day or two. I mean, these are detailed, involved applications with a lot of specifics tied to
We'll
them.
make it
So
work.
I'm sure you're prepared though for that, and I'm sure that if we have a committee meeting after this meeting, and we can even put it on a voting agenda for the workshop, things to get rushed. So we couldn't write the plan anyway if we're not ready to decide where the allocations are going, right?
Well, is there agreement with the sub grants?
No.
So the 763 were to expand the ASS for elementary and the before and after care and the summer programs?
I'm okay
Not
with
right
the ESS in the elementary. I think it's important.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not important, I'm just saying I don't know about
No,
the
I know.
allocations of how much money, I'm not sure that I'm comfortable
I
yet.
think what's in question is the allocation of the 4 million in that big bucket, the, accelerated learning, coaching, educator support grant. The main grant, which is like 4.041 million.
yes, great.
Yeah, the ESSER 3, and that's what we were gonna spend for our mechanical systems. I think that's where you're looking at taking money out to bolster SEL.
Well, also too, I think this last one's, tier system, I think there's questions about.
But I think this is required, it may not be necessary in terms of how it's structured.
Yes, I mean, in terms of what we're
It has
doing
to
with it.
be, but yes, if there has to be a separate, that's true.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but I think there were questions on what we're doing in terms of,
Restorative practice.
I think so.
Oh,
I thought there was.
Can I tell you, restorative practice is one of our major initiatives this year.
Yeah.
Is to reduce students out of school for suspension,
Yeah.
reduce, and it really works well. It is a research-based program. It's to reduce the number of behaviors of students. We find, you look at our suspensions over the last few years, and you find the same students being suspended over and over. These kids are out of school for a long time, many days over a school year. They come back, now they've missed class. Now they're going to be even further behind. Their behaviors are gonna be even more. It's not more than important. I really feel that's one of our major initiatives that really is essential that we support.
But aren't we also using that, I mean, Deb would know this more than I, aren't we also using Dr. Fergus and all of that for the disciplinary and stuff?
That's looking at data, that's not working with students, that's totally different. That's really.
So there's no, that's not helping
That's
students,
not
that's not helping
restorative
any, that's not planned, that's not helping students.
It's with, right now, they're
$720
working,
an hour
right,
is not
well, no,
helping
I,
students.
I didn't say that, they're not working directly with students. Right now, they're working, on the INRS process, working on, improving that, and looking at the data with that, and seeing where we can make improvements to INRS, which will eventually help students. But it's not gonna help the students who have done something that, when you look at the, code of conduct, that infraction calls for them to be suspended or whatever. This restorative practice will help those students that, and a lot of these students have really, mental health issues. They're suffering and they're acting out because of it. Do we want to suspend them because of that? No, we want to have some type of program.
Nobody's disagreeing with you about that, I think we're all just trying to also make sure that there's enough funding for preventative and addressing early mental health issues before it gets to
I'm
disciplinary.
not arguing that either. I'm just saying that I don't think it should come out. There's all these buckets, right? And I don't think this is the bucket that should come out. I think this is just as important as, what you're saying, counselors and, middle school, high school counselors. So, I'm just saying that I think that should come more out of the S3 bucket where we were looking at the HVAC systems, the mechanical systems, take a little bit out of there to support this SEL initiative that the board is, wanting us to do. Rather than these other buckets already are pretty much SEL. So we'll be cutting out some SEL to put in more different SEL, so.
The
I
fact
really
that we're
don't
only
see the benefit of that.
at some school districts are getting hundreds of millions of dollars, it's just like baffling.
Well, Because they're probably the old, Abbott districts, you know, the inner city districts, they, you know, they tend to get more funding than we do.
But if we apply for it and get denied, then, right, isn't it different than not applying?
Well, we'll look into it. I mean, we'll ask them, you know, I mean, that's, you know.
I don't think they're gonna give us an answer by November 24th.
No, they're not.
We're gonna get more money, that's not a problem.
But almost $5
Seems
million.
very nominal.
Yeah.
Especially all the pain we dealt with, you know, after COVID. It's very inadequate.
Right, so what would the board like to do about that consensus?
I'd like to table it.
On
Table.
the table, we'll talk about what's going on. I think that's a good idea.
I mean, I'm also happy to put in student services too.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right, we'll go.
Yes,
to
maybe
and then
personnel and
discuss it again.
student services, yeah.
Our next meeting should be November 11th.
I just want to clarify, if you table it and just talk about it at the workshop meeting, there will not be enough time.
Yeah.
So can we have a committee meeting of the whole and get everybody's opinion and
Yeah.
like we're doing now?
Yeah, that'd be great.
I mean, I think that everybody wants to have a say in this.
Do you think we should have a special meeting for this?
That's what I said, that's what
Not
I
if
said.
we can, but I think we need to have a meeting before that, so we can finish discussing this and see what we want to put in it before we actually put it on an agenda to go forward.
Right, to go for the workshop.
I do have
And
a special meeting.
have a special meeting about that, discuss it.
So we can, right.
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't we look at the calendar right now?
So as you're going, like as you're thinking about the next date, while you're preparing for that meeting, we can send you some more guidance information on it. There is very strict regulations on how the money can be utilized. It has to be used for research based, which means it has to be, you have to tie that a research paper or research study that supports the use of those funds. So if you just want to add a guidance counselor, we have to find a research study, or we have to use some sort of adequacy formula to show that we are understaffed.
I am sure that won't be an issue.
I'm sure.
I don't know that.
I'm sure we find studies.
I'm just saying,
Sure we can do
yeah,
that.
as I said before, that won't be an issue at the high school, it may be an issue at the middle school, I can say, based upon some of our enrollment numbers.
Or maybe we need to look at Thompson specifically.
Well, we had
Yeah.
actually.
I
So,
know we had it actually.
so I just wanted, you know, like as you're thinking,
No, I get it.
it has to be things that we can support, that
Yeah.
either, that is required in the application, that the site, their
Yeah,
research
the high school, I
study.
think would be pretty easy, right? The landscape has changed dramatically for people.
I wanted to question everyone before you started thinking.
I got you,
about
you're
it.
saying has to tie it back.
I didn't want you to be disappointed when you came back with an idea, if it's not linked to something that is research based, you can't include it in the grant, it'll get rejected.
And you have a way of sending everybody on the board, basically that breakdown?
Yep.
All right, so we'll decide, get together and decide when we want to, have the committee of the whole meeting, we'll get everybody's availability. Obviously, next week is good because administration is out and maybe some of the board meetings are, board members are too, so we would be looking at the week of the 7th. Well, 7th is Sunday, the 8th to the 12th. Eight. Am I looking at the right one?
Yes, you're looking at the right date, the 8th.
Yeah, the 8th is Monday, the 12th, so
Do you want to put it down?
you want to do the 8th? Is everybody good for the 8th on Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have to
To move it,
Yeah.
okay.
It's more important to myself.
Okay.
Derek Harris, looking for you.
Sorry, no, I just-
Oh, that's okay. All right.
Yeah, I think.
Now we have some meeting stuff to put out, so. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. And I also would like to say then that we need to table the job description.
Yeah.
So we're sure that's going. I believe it is
15 on personnel.
15 on personnel.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we have lights?
Yeah.
So,
No, you guys are in the light, we're in the dark here.
Joe, number 1 and number 2 on the finances that we take.
One and two.
No, that's different. One is the ITA grant, so which one? Yeah, just number two.
But that's ARP.
Yeah, but it's the ITA, it's so many different grants. This is special ed grant. Yeah. So it's just number two.
All right, let's start with, Frank, I know we didn't have a legislative meeting, but we did, you and I and, Amy and Mrs. Walker did have a meeting, virtual phone call.
With Senator Declan Scanlon, and he had, Senate President Sweeney's office on the phone to speak more about chapter 70/chapter 44 now. Seeing what kind of effect it would have on us, we could actually look into some sort of, I don't speak of attorney, maybe like tax rebate, we call it, tax. What do we call it? What do
We are basically looking at the actual impact that the legislation had on the district, and the intention of the legislation was to save employees and districts money on benefits, but they found that while it's saving the employees money, not all districts are saving money.
speak about the number?
You mean as far as
what we look like we're losing last year?
well, I mean, calculating what we are projecting for this year, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know somewhere around, it was about $900,000 for the current year, right? That it was costing us instead of saving.
So Senator Declan Scanlon and Senator Sweeney's office going to get back to us one day this week. Is it possibly Wednesday or Thursday?
So what was that, tax write-off?
No, it's the way they're looking to maybe, I don't use the word compensate, but they're looking to see how, of course, we utilized, it costs us more money.
Yeah, no,
So they give us that money maybe put back to us in sort of a.
No, well, the way the legislation works is that if a district it's mandated that the district saves money under chapter 44, the state is going to calculate what they think your savings is, and they are saying that would go for, that would be mandated to go for tax relief. So there isn't an answer right now on how that would work.
Right, John, remember, we went from general insurance, now it's self-insurance. So whatever savings we show now this year, we don't want this to affect us also, that we actually save money because of what we did as a board, that should not affect us. So basically, last year it cost us $900,000 with the general insurance. We're looking to capture some of that back.
So the state asked for data to report up to them in the beginning of October on our health insurance and who's enrolled in what and costs and so forth, but we haven't been able to get any answers on what the state is doing with that data and how they're doing their calculations. So that was one of the questions that we had during this discussion. We actually brought it up at our county business administrator roundtable too, and asked the county office if they had any input on it either. Because without knowing what they're going to do with the data, it's concerning to know what the impact the state thinks that would be appropriate for us. But we know our calculations are showing that this plan, the new educators health plan, is actually costing the district more money than it would if we didn't have it. But we don't know if the state's doing our data, what those calculations are going to be.
So we don't know what they're doing for us.
But we know that the intention of the legislation requires that if they calculate that the district save money, then that is provided by this tax relief.
Chapter 44, chapter 44 is failing in multiple districts right now. So with about 100 districts, now it's almost 50% of the districts is failing, and it's almost forcing these districts to self-insure to stop basically the hemorrhaging and stop it really from losing more money. That's what they're doing right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a percentage of premium, or just a percentage of salary.
Well, the chapter 44 is based on percentage of salary. And also what happened in some districts cases like ours, if the plans were already structured to be, if we have plans that were not as rich in benefits as the NJEHP, then our premiums were lower than what the NTPHP premiums were. So that's what we were discussing last year, is that those
Right.
premiums were higher. And we ended up having people pivot from a lower cost.
I remember
to
doing that.
this one, right? So.
Do we ever show any of that information in terms of, well, I know, we talked about it months ago in terms of
We did,
self-funding,
you
there were
know.
numbers that we did, but did we ever, because I missed this meeting too in July, I was away. We ever show the public that number? How we came up with that, or how Brown came up with that?
Well, we actually went over that back in April and May when we were talking about our insurance renewal and, you know, what the plan was.
Yeah.
So
Did
we did
we
that.
propose that information?
I mean, it was, I believe it was with the agendas
Yeah,
for those
we
meetings.
went over that.
So I know we went over it, we were supposed to, in case people were interested to see what that is, so.
I
know that we might have questions about it, right, because it's
Yeah, I
a lot to
believe, I
absorb.
mean, I'd have to check the website, but I believe it was posted with the agenda information. for the
Brown
meetings.
do a presentation.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
But it's also on board, I remember saying it.
If we just make sure that's on the portal, in case you want to see, because I know that's a lot of stuff.
Okay. Technology, Mike.
Ms. Minuit, we met last week, and I have Mr. Subiac here, who can talk to us about some of the things that we did regarding student safety, administrative safety, when it comes to using the tech.
Good.
Technology person.
No.
Come on.
So 9, all right, so with October being Cybersecurity Awareness Month, I presented the Technology Committee an update on the district's current cybersecurity measures in place, ongoing efforts and strategies we're using moving forward to help prevent us for a cyber attack. As everyone's aware of, cybersecurity is on a meteoric rise. I'm not going to bore you with all the stats I went over in the meeting, but just let you know that 2020, there was over $350 million put out in cybersecurity grants alone. School districts at the same time have passed the school districts have increased by over 20%. Reason school districts are increasing is because school districts typically have limited IT staff, limited budgets, and therefore they're a soft target. What I presented to the committee was a fluid plan that I created this past year. In the past, we've had plans, but they were kind of static. They were one and done, you put them on a shelf, you didn't really go and provide provisions. This plan is a fluid plan. It allows for ongoing revisions. It allows for division responsibilities across the whole technology team. And it assigns specific tasks to the team members aligned with all the industry best standards. In Middletown, we use a number of different applications to try to protect and filter our network. Some of these include cloud-based filtering, firewalls with specific policies and rules, active threat protection services. We use a practice called network segmentation, which actually segments our network to prevent the spread of a threat if one exists. And we maintain a comprehensive password security suite on all of our servers and all of our endpoints that's updated in real time to prevent zero-day attacks. We also ensure that all our servers, infrastructure, equipment, and endpoints are kept up to date with latest updates and patches on a daily basis. We're currently in the process of rolling out multi-factor authentication and secure single sign-on for all district staff. We're doing a phase-out rollout. It'll take the course of the whole year. We discussed that social engineering is actually involved in 85% of all cyber attacks. So we continue as a district to provide district staff with information on social engineering awareness and appropriate actions to take if they become a victim of one. New this year, we'll be including cybersecurity videos for our mandatory annual staff training. I mentioned to the committee that I'm a member of the New Jersey Cybersecurity and Communications Integration Cell and the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center. Both these organizations provide a great deal of information for the district as well as our team to help us prevent any cybersecurity events. And finally, we discuss what the industry says. If there are any industry recommendations, great point. Industry best practices recommend that you prepare for the worst. Everyone says it's not if you get attacked, it's when. So we utilize a number of different solutions, different number of backup solutions with both our in-house and cloud-based data. This multiple multiple layer of protection, allows for redundancy in data retention, redundancy encryption, and differentiation in retention times. We maintain an updated disaster recovery plan. We maintain it offline in the event we lose access to our network. We have a copy. It's accessible to everyone in the tech department. And lastly, our partnerships with NJKIC and MSISEC provide us with response recovery support in the event of a cyber incident. We're going to obviously continue this conversation about cybersecurity and our board and our technology meetings, continue strategies and processes we can use moving forward. In the portals, more detailed presentation, much longer than I just spoke on, but if you want to take a look at it, please do. If you have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, student services.
Yes, so due to a scheduling conflict, we actually had to meet tonight for the board meeting. So we did spend a little bit of time talking about the lengthy discussion we just had about the plan for the use of the ESSER funds. We only talked specifically really about the expansion of the Effective School Solutions program that we have in the high school and now the expanded program in middle school into the elementary schools due to the need there. And I know we're going to have a larger conversation now about that on November 8th, but I do hope that's one piece of the plan that we can actually achieve because we have seen great success with those programs at both the high school and middle school. We then touched upon, and briefly, only because they're really just starting back up again, but we touched upon the 3 schools now that have inclusion grants. So if you remember, we have been talking about for the past year, the program that we have for Harmony and also Leonardo. They already went through their first year of self-assessments in this long-term 3 to 5 year plan that we have. Now they have both been given their facilitators that they will be using for the year. And the year 2 goals is to actually start writing written action plans that we would like to see. So I know that there's going to be more information coming out now. We're starting to meet more regularly again after the summer break. And the good news is, which was already been announced, is that we are now a district that has 3 inclusion grants. We actually just received a grant for Bayview Elementary as well for K-5 there, which is really great because we have a lot of different special needs programs that are already housed at Bayview. So I know that Bayview is very excited about this, and so I know there's going to be some really good information that's going to be coming out from there. So they're just starting the process. Just also want to announce, and I think this is already announced, is that there is going to be a joint presentation on December 1st with Middletown Friends of Diverse Learners, where we will be bringing back New Jersey Coalition for Inclusive Education to the district. They came, I think it was fall of 2019. I believe they were here. They did a great presentation for the community about inclusive education, but also where we are in terms of the rest of the state. And so they will be returning on December 1st.
Facilities and finance.
Yes. Okay, so we met with Mr. John Aguirre. We reviewed the scope of the school security grant project following the missile that was approved. The contract for the school security camera and joint upgrades will be on tonight's agenda. The amount of the contract was $464,028 and will be funded by the grant, with the exception of $11,383.82, which is a cost related to the cameras and high school bleachers that were not included in the grant. The district is still finalizing pricing for the window film that was also included as part of the grant. The membrane overlay and the flooring for high school north and high school south bubble. The committee discussed some of the design features of the membrane overlays, specifically optional features such as accent stripping and logos. The membrane overlays that went out to bid on October 22nd, we expect to be awarded at the board's November meeting. The work is scheduled to commence late spring and finish before the start of the school year, September 2022. We met with Spiegel and Schiller and Hirsch to review the facility assessment budget with updated costs, the base of the information about the district's 2020 long-range facility plan. The updated facility assessment budget breaks down on the district's priority 1 and priority 2 projects into more specific categories for priority 1 AC and priority 2 AC. The priority 1 and 2 projects are comprised of elementary and secondary HVAC projects, other mechanical system projects, exterior envelope projects, windows, masonry, repointing, etc. and the alarm system for every 3 to 5 site work, building renovations, electrical and other projects. We spoke about the ARPSO, which we just went through, and go through that again with you. With the update from RK Environmental, is already informed the committee that the district received the draft summary of the initial testing results from RK the night before, and the district had reviewed and posted directly to the website.
Which it is on our website.
Yes. Which is a good point because people are emailing asking when it's coming out, so.
And this person is.
Yeah, I said that. The old reports are on the website, so if anybody is interested in looking at them, just click onto the website. Okay, policy.
Policy committee did not get a chance to meet this month. We tried about 3 or 4 times. I think we will have to schedule right after the break.
So, do this first, talk about the first read or?
Yes.
So, I don't know, maybe I guess Amy, it's just clear to me. So some of these changes, like I guess 2270, religion in schools, trying to follow what, is that, they're from policy alerts?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Rennell is now handling the policy committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mrs. Peak is on the
Maybe look
policy.
at John.
So John, I,
It's like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of.
there are a whole bunch of policies and we can talk right now.
Yeah.
The only policy we didn't get a chance to meet, I
Right.
actually wanted to hold off on some of these policies because I didn't get a chance to really dig in on them, or the policy committee to see any of them yet, so, and the religious one is one of the ones that I'm.
Yeah, so should we, and this is, this kind of.
No action.
So
There's no action,
Right.
but I,
But the second read, our next meeting is the second read, so we have to vote, right?
Right, and Jackie, you have the policy meeting. It should be, all of the policies need to be discussed.
but I'm also
There
happy
may
to
have been
change.
a question tonight.
Yeah.
We can also-
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I know we can, but I just feel like that's one that we really need to dig in on, that religion policy.
Yeah, I just like to understand what some of these changes are.
And I don't either, I don't think we have a chance to dig in on it.
I looked into that religion one, if you want to know, that's one I do know about. But there was something called, the Access Act of 1984, which was a policy about religion. It basically said that schools cannot promote religion, but they really can't deny someone of their right to practice it on their own, you know what I mean, but the schools can't do it. And so back in January of 2020, I don't know why, I don't know if maybe Bruce can help with this, the Department of Education came out with guidance on it. And they just basically said the same thing. And so I guess Strauss Esme decided to say, listen, we're gonna just take all this language out that mirrored the Access Act, which is still in effect, and just say, we're gonna follow the guidance of the NJDOE on this, which is, it's law, right? When the NJDOE comes out with guidance on the law, that's guidance.
Right, but this is not mandatory though, right?
Yeah.
But do we know if this is a regulation or this is just
It doesn't say mandatory on it.
recommended?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get an idea.
Yeah.
I'm not-
So
So I
the bottom line is nothing changes about the way we implement how religion is presented in school, in terms of, can a student go and pray somewhere? If a speaker gets up and starts talking about prayer or religion, if the school has, chosen this particular speaker specifically for that, then that is allowed. We can't have someone get up at, a presentation and say, oh, we want to have, a Catholic prayer read right now. That's something we can't do. But if a student wanted to pray, they could pray.
Well, to themselves, right? So I mean, we should definitely talk about this in the policy committee, but when I looked at the guidance now, that they say, go, to the DOE and actually looked at their guidance. When I looked at it, I don't see anything that has really changed in terms of.
There's nothing that's changed.
Standard. Honestly, all of
Nothing's
these
changed,
years,
but there's
so.
3 paragraphs of board language that was removed, so again, I would like to do this right now, first round, but I'd like to table this policy from even a first read. And wait till we have a policy meeting and dig in deeper. I'd like to know what's mandatory, what's not. I'd like to know if this is where we could also speak to religious exemption or if it's not appropriate in this policy, of protecting religious freedoms. Like, I don't know, but if there's a religious policy, I think we should all dig in on a policy committee. Do a deep dive.
I definitely understand how the policy,
Consensus.
definitely the committee is much farther from the student. They should definitely meet.
Kim, what is the disadvantage of tabling the first reading, tonight?
If you make substantive changes, you gotta redo the first reading.
But I'm just saying if they're not
I'm happy
comfortable.
tabling everything unless there's something I think in terms of teacher evaluation, unless the policy has a mandate or a deadline, I'm happy. And I did read through all the teacher.
Deadline. No, not.
Nothing in time sensitive.
I did read through all the teacher appropriate ones, and I have no, the language was minimal changes, so I have no problem. We want to do first read on those, but I think the bigger ones, we should table to the policy.
I'll add the evaluation one there, I'll take the rest of the policy.
There's a couple
I think
of them,
there's
right?
about 3 evaluation ones.
There's like a few of them, yeah.
I think there's 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna look at the list of my.
Okay, Rachel, so you want to, let's go through what you do and don't want to table.
Great.
Religion in schools, yes. The career and technical education, I don't think that.
That was just a language change on instead of vocational, they're calling it technical.
Yep,
That was fine.
comprehensive, health and phys ed,
I'd like to table that.
okay. Surrogate parents and resource family parents,
I'm good with that one.
student assessment,
I'm fine with that one. If anybody wants. to-
assignment, and these are some of the staffing ones, assignment of extra duty.
What was the
Changes
student
in
assessment one
that.
again? Is there major changes in there?
Let's just table it until you,
Okay,
it's about, I
yeah,
think it's about the new
would-
testing. So-
Student assessment was about required testing, I think, in the 8th grade for science, was the major change in that. And that's right.
And it also.
And that's required.
I read it, but I'm not sure if anybody else read it, so I don't know if anyone.
I went
Table that
through
one?
with the assessment one, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I
I
read
went
it.
through quick bits, yeah.
Okay.
Assignment of extra duties,
What is the change in that?
I don't know.
That basically just says that the Board of Education, or the heads that superintendent said in line with the collective bargaining agreement, you have to assign teachers extra duties, like cafeteria dispute for all.
That's all on our contract.
That's all.
That's your line.
There's someone with the assigned teacher that I think needs to be done, but if not.
Yeah.
Non-renewal of non-tenured teaching staff members,
That was minimal changes in language, it didn't seem to be any content changes.
evaluation of teachers we're okay with.
All of those are fine, all the evaluations were fine.
Staff members excluding teachers and administrators, evaluation of administrators, principals, non-renewals of non-tenured support staff members.
That was very minimal.
That was basically
language.
just saying that they don't have to go with the April 15th deadline.
Well, we would-
They lie, I think it was-
We will need to return.
Eligibility of resident, non-resident students, I don't think that changed much.
That was fine.
Education of homeless children did not change much. Eye protection.
That was fine.
Personnel records, emergency crisis situations, fire and fire bills. All right, so what, the only ones we're taking off are religion in schools, comprehensive health, phys ed, and, that's it, those two. Okay.
Everybody good with that?
All right,
Ms. Walker, most of these policies are being revised,
yes,
but when I look at the policies that Jack's been looking at, I don't see any former dates there. Why is that?
what do you mean, you looked at the policy, like the actual policy?
No, I looked at the templates from Scott Assessment, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it, and if it's being revised, there should have been no digging approved it before.
Correct.
But I don't see that at all.
Correct.
I know that it is when you finally approve it, put it up there, but, you know.
It should be on there from when we approved the last.
They go on the calendar and say they have to June 20th.
Yeah.
So that was the last
But hold on, Amy was
There
saying.
should be other-
It says June 20th.
Is it, no, January 16, 2020, is that?
Oh, you're looking at the policy guide, it has it in it.
Yeah.
I know when we finally approved it and we put it into, when it gets into stress, that's May, that's when it has the dates on it, but
Okay.
I don't think it usually is on the.
Actually, no, but if you look, Mike's correct, because some are inconsistent, like, the first one actually has those dates, and then the career technical action.
Was that new?
So,
You don't, did we have a career technical?
So I see something on that one. That's. It's all revised.
This is all revised.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, we'll get that on you, we'll get that on there before you vote on it next time, okay? All right. All right, Pat,
So we're good with policy.
yes, dates.
Yeah. Okay, so everything's the first reading except for those two. We'll talk about the policy.
Curriculum and instruction.
Most of, what we spoke about were two curriculum presentations on testing EL. That was most of the conversations, right, Dr. Kerrigan? So.
Alright. Student activities.
Student activities are meeting next month on the 15th. We'll have put in for that.
And did you have a meeting this month?
We did not have a meeting for that vacation.
Shared services, we did not have a meeting this month. Yep. Okay, personnel, we did in closed session. Barry, I know negotiations isn't on here, but Kim, maybe you can help me out too. Something was brought to my attention by board members. In the MTPA contract, it says that we have to meet in November, right?
No later, first meeting no later than the end of November.
Okay, and I know that Barry's been setting up a meeting and we have one. There is no record of us trying to cancel negotiation meetings, is there? Because that's the rumor out there that we try to not negotiate with our teachers union, and that's so far from the truth.
Actually, I think Kim reached out to me.
No one has communicated with me from the MTA requesting meeting.
But I just want to put that on the record because people have brought it to my attention.
No board member ever said, can we please put this forward for another time or push it down the road?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to get that on the record.
So when do we have the meeting set? November 11th.
With the committee.
That's
With the,
Yes.
And then once we get that done, then we all set up with the MTA leadership. All right.
Does the negotiations actually start?
First we have a meeting in November, and then it goes on from there. All righty, being our committees are all done. Opportunity for public comment on agenda items only. Anybody would like to speak, please step up.
Vera Paseki, Ashar Drive. Thanks for the presentation on the ESSER funds. Just a few comments, and I thought all your questions and concerns were great. One of the things I want to bring up, effective school solutions, just how it was structured. We have 11 elementary schools. Right now in the middle school, we only have 3, but kids that need that program have to be pulled out of their home schools to go to that program in Thorne. So if we're looking at 11 elementary schools, I'm just concerned about kids getting pulled out.
I believe Michelle, correct me if I'm right, we're pushing in.
Yeah, that would be different than what we currently have. That would be a tier 2, like a triage. So the clinician would go around to the schools and they would do like 60 intensive counseling.
Okay, great. Also on the school health coordinator, I would much prefer to see somebody that could focus on our mental health programs as well as maybe data research, social skills programs. I think the social skills would go a long way in also helping kids' mental health. And right now, we have a lot of programs kind of across the district, but I don't think we have, one great research-based program. I think it's kind of a heterogeneous group of programs. On that side, for summer-based learning, if we could, in the past, we had a social skills camp in summer that was really, really well thought of. It was back when we had Rutgers come in and do the training for social skills and social skills programs throughout the district, and that was really well respected. On the after-school mentoring and as well, since the high school seemed to be very locked down on advisory, if there's anything we could do to help the kids, even if it's after school, and giving them some social programs, as they're not called Circle of Friends, and I might be sued for using a trademark name or something, but For the secondary schools that haven't been able to get those programs up and running, maybe there's something in here that can be done. Because I don't think an advisory, there's necessarily in the high schools allowing a close meet. And agree about just the disciplinary side. I would like to see more help, mental health on the class program as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Goins. I go to Thorne Middle School. I would like to talk about a few things. Mrs. Tobacco talked about the mental health of children after COVID-19. A lot of parents talk about it, but like from the kids' view, you really get to see it from the school. The masks make you feel very stressed out, kind of like you have to hide behind it too, because you don't really want to show emotion. Today, one of my friends forgot to put her mask back on after lunch, and she told the teacher she was getting out her stuff out of the locker, and the teacher yelled at her, and she was like, all right, I'm gonna go down to the office to go grab my mask. And the teacher was like, well, get one on now, or you're gonna get like written up. And she said, please give me 1 second, I'm gonna grab my books and then go back down. And the teacher pulled her aside, and we were called disrespectful, not polite to others, because we were giving off our COVID to everybody, but I'm a healthy 13-year-old girl. I'm not sick. I know I'm not. And if I'm sick, I'm gonna stay home. Easy like that. Another thing too, I'd like to talk about is the vaccine mandate on the teachers. And you guys talked about how don't have enough teachers already, but I hope if the vaccine is mandatory, a lot of teachers quit their jobs. So then like you really realize that nothing should be forced on anybody. In the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment is freedom of religion. And I'll read to you what it means, which protects workers from discrimination of their religion among others. So if I don't believe that, I believe that my body, my choice. But if the government's forcing something on us, and if I don't want it, that's discrimination. So I'd like to put thought into that. Another thing too with the mental health, my little brother, he was in first grade last year. He hasn't been in a normal school year ever in elementary school. And when he like gets to be outside now and like he gets to see his friends' faces, he tells me how weird it is because all he sees is a mask on these little kids. And my brother's currently quarantined right now because he was exposed the 13th and we found around the 20th that he was exposed. But then I live with him and I can go to school every day and go play hockey. How does that make sense? It's kind of funny actually because they say science, but does that really mean science? I learned science in school, it doesn't really make sense to me. And I'm 13 and I can understand it. And a lot of people still sit around, it's your choice, but Dr. Fauci, it came out that the masks don't fully work. Actually too, if you look on the blue medical one, if you look on the box, it says does not protect against COVID-19. But at school, they still hand those ones out for you to get. So what's the point? It's just like you're covering up your face. And I just don't really believe it's science. And I think it's more just do what I say and not what I do from our government and Governor Murphy. So that's just my beliefs. And I think we have to all stand against that because once we do, then so many other people in other townships are going to do the same thing. Thank you.
Good evening, Mrs. Walker, Board of Education. My name is Jennifer Mess. I'm an employee of Middletown Board of Education and have been employed at Thorne Middle School since the 2001-2002 school year. In that time, I have learned a lot. I was there for 9/11. I was next in line to go to jail during the strike. and I have been present during numerous personnel changes over the past 2 decades. During this time, I have built a family, and although I do not live in Middletown, I feel like I am a part of the Middletown community. I have directed musicals, taken students on class trips, planned formals, dances, pep rallies, trivia contests, partnered with the law enforcement to do the toy drive for Middletown Helps Its Own, and won Teacher of the Year in 2020. I say all these things not to brag, but to make you aware of how much I care about the students that I have the honor to teach. This profession requires a lot of time and effort that goes beyond the contractual work hour. And we can negotiate all we want in a contract, but the fact remains that most teachers are willing to go above and beyond because we care for our students just as we care for our own children. I can say that is true for me. During the height of the pandemic, when we were home, as part of the learning design team, we started numerous after-school clubs online so we can connect with students who may have been suffering through lack of contact. Throughout all of last school year, we remained open and in person and did the same to create as much normalcy as we could. This year, I'm happy to say, as one of the advisors of student activities and the drama club advisor, we have been very successful in creating back to normal activities in a creative way to keep everyone safe. You see, educators are professionals. We were very happy to do what we had to keep everyone safe last year. Part of that was filling out a screening form for the district. Whether I agree with that or not, I was willing to do it because I knew it was going to the person in charge of that department in Middletown, and my information was kept private. I trusted that Middletown was doing that. Currently, there is an executive order aiming for one thing, to get people vaccinated. Now, no matter what someone feels about that issue, the fact remains that we live in the United States, and in the United States, according to the Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The First Amendment, which Alex spoke of, is the freedom of religion and speech, and the Fourth Amendment is the right to be secure against unreasonable search and seizures. That includes a person and their things. I have researched the CBRSS, the database for the state. It does not require your personal information. It is a tally for the state. It is set up to account for testing of staff and students, by the way, it's set up for that. And that is the data they are looking for. Rover Labs is looking for much more than that. There are plenty of saliva kits that could be done the same day without sending our personal information out. Just as a student has an individualized plan in school, people have their own beliefs, opinions, and reasons for not getting vaccinated. You don't have to agree with it, but it is the truth. To force someone to go through what happened on Friday was degrading, disorganized, and invasion of privacy, and just wrong. Not to mention, they want your insurance information even though the state gave money for it. And then to respond with, information goes wherever the other labs do, is not a great answer. The everybody else excuse doesn't work for my own children, and it doesn't work here. I work with thousands of teachers across the state, many of you who use Rover Labs. There have been EOBs sent to teachers showing that labs are getting paid, double dipping, and there have been results emailed to the wrong teacher exposing personal information. This is not a process I am willing to comply with, and the same goes for many teachers across the state, including this district. Every board I see, whether for or against us, uses the same explanation. Our hands are tied. It's an executive order under an emergency. Keep giving people power with an emergency, and there will always be an emergency. I want to remind you that as a board, you are to support and protect your staff and students. I'm sure you all love this community, are in the position you are because you care. I'm sure it's not for political gain. At least that's what I hope. At this point, we're not feeling supported, not by the union, not by the DOE or government, but we believe that our district is willing to look beyond blindly following orders. There are 684 districts in New Jersey, and I believe the particular law firm we use represents over 100 of them.
Jen, you have to start wrapping it up.
Yep, I'm ending right now. What if we join together?
Yeah, better finish. Yeah.
Okay, what if we join together instead of cowering to the blatant attempt at overthrowing our healthcare system, law enforcement, and educational system? I am one person, but I joined other public employees, and we have sued every branch of New Jersey government. It will eventually go to the Supreme Court, and although I am putting everything on the line, I do not have my 25 years. I'm on year 21, but I'm willing to do it because I know that someone has to be willing to fight for our children and stop the blatant crimes against humanity that people are turning a blind eye to because of fear and propaganda. I love what I do, and this has been a very emotional and difficult process. I don't want to be fired because I want to maintain bodily autonomy. I ask you to reconsider your position and process for the testing mandate. Thank you.
I just have to remind everybody, we have 3 minutes, okay, with what just go over. So we just have to be conservative of our time.
Amber Swinos. Not only do I agree with everything that Jennifer said and believe that this needs to not happen and needs to go away, and that mandating teachers in order to test and keep their job is unconstitutional and just not right. And you will lose good teachers over this. There are more teachers than not that will walk, and that's very sad to me, for my kids and for myself. But my question, if this is to stay in place, reading the policy, it says that there would be continued action if a staff member did not submit testing, but doesn't quantify what that continued action was. So I was wondering if that could be explained or put into the policy. It doesn't explain what it means. It's for a teacher, if you're making a very difficult decision, you want to have all the information in order to make that educated decision, and it's not in the policy. And will teachers be terminated? Is that part of the continued action? Is termination part of this? If the mandates, pray to God every night, go away, can these teachers, are they welcome back? Can they come back, or do they have to go through a whole ridiculous process to get back into the district? As the young lady said, we know there's shortages all over town. Every school has a shortage of employees. There's not enough subs to cover anything. I'm holding 820 meetings because there's not subs to hold meetings. So this is going to create a more intensive shortage of staff. So with that, how is that shortage going to be handled? Is it the only thing that is asked is, are you vaccinated? You're welcome to come into a classroom and you're welcome to sit in front of the classroom and be a sub. Is that the criteria that we're at right now? My son had a sub on Friday, and he said that he's 11, and he said that he took over the classroom because he knew what the teacher had put in line for that day, and he took over the classroom and ran the classroom and did whatever was serving or whatever was up for the kids to do, because the sub was at the desk looking at the computer and looking at her phone. So what are we doing to support these kids who we are sending to school and we don't have the staff? We need to support our teachers. And support our teachers.
Anyone else?
I have concern about mandates for our teachers and our students. Kelly, I know. Today, many of us are called anti-science. No vax, no healthcare, lose your job. Perhaps your children should be removed. Just a few years ago, many of us were on the same page fighting JCP&L. RAGE was told overall conclusions reached by national and international scientific and health agencies makes clear that exposures to EMF that people encounter in their daily life, including those from the transmission lines like the ones considered here, do not pose recognized long-term health risks. Then we questioned it. Now science and health agencies must not be questioned, you anti-science kooks. The Monmouth County Reliability Project said there was no long-term health risk. RAGE fighters said, yes, it was inconclusive, but if it was so safe, why regulations about easements, locations, and ways to lower risks? We all cheered this questioning. Well, some feel the same way about the vax risk. If it's so safe, why do makers have zero liability? Another person with RAGE wrote, we choose the EMF we're exposed to when it comes to household appliances and cell phones. This would be forced involuntary exposure for those living beneath the lines.
It's not just about the amount of EMF, it's about the elimination of choice. That was in all caps, the elimination of choice. People weren't chained to the ground. They could have moved somewhere they felt safer out of financial loss. If the goal of mandatory vaccine is reached, unlike that case, I cannot remove it from mine or my child's body. Saying EMFs do not pose recognized long-term health risks, recognized was the operative words. Things like fracking were not initially recognized as causing harm. Another Rage admin pointed out how cigarettes and asbestos used to be considered safe. Why did those things change? Because people questioned the science. We're about a year from when the shots started. How do we know there's no long-term harm? 5-year studies, 10-year studies, ask for those, you're anti-science. I remember when a local blogger celebrated the win against JCP&L. But now, there was actually photos, but anyone questioning the vaccine, anti-science whack jobs. It was okay to post random studies by lone doctors and not be labeled anti-science. Facebook didn't give warnings or Facebook jail, even though national and international scientific and health agencies said the opposite of what you posted. Remember when you could get angry, emotional, loud, fighting for your family and not have to worry about a visit from the FBI? Imagine the Board of Utilities writing to the president to have the AG investigate rage meetings. The same people who think this is a really great idea now would have been screaming from the rooftops over the loss of their freedom of speech. Some of us are fighting companies that we don't feel have our family's health in the forefront of their minds, like Pfizer, the most fine pharmaceutical company, Johnson & Johnson that can't even make baby powder safe, Moderna that from 2017 to 2019 made no gross profits, to 2020 making almost $1 billion. JCP&L was all about the money and wasn't worried about health. What makes you think these companies with zero liability are? Maybe we owe JCP&L a big I'm sorry since we're no longer questioning science.
Hello. Oh. Hello, my name is Emily Bulmer and I'm an 8th grader at Thorne Middle School. So in social studies class, we're learning about the difference between responsibilities as an American citizen and duties, which you're making a responsibility a duty by forcing teachers to get vaccines or to test multiple times and use their own money. Also, by talking about mental health, honestly, I really don't think you care that much about our mental health because I'm always covering my face and getting told multiple times a day to cover my face, and I'm getting, I'm getting yelled at in school. And like in social studies, we always get told to put up our masks, but honestly, I'm just trying to breathe. We're counting on you to do the right thing for not only the teachers, but also the students. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else at the mic, I'd like to make a motion. No. Sorry.
Can't let it go that quick.
Okay.
I don't even want to say I'm not prepared, but my name is Melissa Courtney, and I do live here in Middletown. Mom of 4 young children in the school district, and currently an employee. Very proud of that. I love my job. I don't love what's happening here. These mandates are disgusting. They're degrading. They're inhumane. These masks are disgusting. Hate to pick on you, but the gentleman that was up here, I counted how many times you touched hands. I counted 69 times. And that was, with a little bit of distraction and zoning out in the middle, Can you imagine how many times we were touching our faces just because we were wearing a mask? I watch these children in these schools pull their masks down and pick their nose and and they're eating their masks and they're playing with them and they're on the floor and they're picking them up, putting them back on their face. I don't know if any of you have spent a day in a school to see what this is like. But if you haven't, I really think you should. It is disgusting and it makes no sense. These children are all over each other playing anywhere in this world except in school with a mask. Literally. anywhere. Our children are going to gymnastics and dance class and playing sports. Wrestling, for goodness sakes. Football, like literally, my nephew is wrestling indoors, all over with no mask. But my child cannot sit at their desk 3 feet away from another friend with a mask, without a mask. This is ridiculous. Does not make sense. It does not make sense. I'm getting bumps on my ears from wearing a mask. There's skin missing from my nose from wearing a mask. I've tried several different types of masks. I like my job, but this is killing me. And having to get tested on Friday was degrading, felt so violated and disgusted. And I cannot put that in. I know people don't get it. Oh, you have to spit at you. No, you don't get it. I spit all over my hand. It was disgusting. I had to put my personal information. I had to look like I was a deceased person. And was brought up, goes against our constitutional rights. Constitutional rights, I am not allowed to be presumed diseased. And yet that is what is happening. I am not diseased. I'm a well, healthy, young woman. But I'm being treated like I am. And this is just disgusting. What you did talk about tonight with the mental health, I do think that it needs to be across the board and not just for disciplinary actions. My children are struggling, not because of COVID at all. My children are not afraid of COVID. My children are suffering because of masks, the breaking out, getting blemishes, getting probably scars for the rest of their life because of these bumps on their ears, red ears. You have no idea how much this is impacting our children and having to wear it all day, not be able to breathe. They don't get mask breaks. The only mask break they get is recess and lunch. That is not a mask break. Last year they had mask breaks all day long. And they weren't even in school full day. No mask breaks. This is not okay. Mandating masks and vaccines is not okay, and it does not make sense. A vaccinated person can still get COVID and still pass COVID, yet you are not testing them. And they're presumed perfectly free of any risk. But that doesn't make any sense. I know more vaccinated people with COVID currently today than I do unvaccinated. I was never tested for COVID. Why? Because I am not sick. I never was sick. During the last 18 months, I was not sick. My children were not sick. We are well, healthy people being traumatized by these mandates and rules and regulations that make no sense. We had a family member who tested positive for COVID a few weeks ago. They did a rapid. The rapid came back positive. They blew all the bells and whistles, right? And now they quarantine half the class. All my nieces and nephews quarantined, this whole big thing, everybody goes and gets tested. 2 days later, my nephew's send-out test came back negative. All these well, healthy children missed days of school. Some of them weren't allowed back because of the fake positive test. Do you have any idea how much damage that did to those children? These rules have got to change. Yet the vaccinated mom was allowed to go to work in school.
I have to ask you about that. I'm sorry.
That makes sense, right? The vaccinated woman who lived with a positive child was allowed to go work in your school, but the well-healthy children in the class were not. This does not make sense. I know that you all say, like was said before, that your hands are tied behind your back, but I don't believe that. I believe if we stand together, we can stand for what makes sense. And I beg for you to do that, please.
My name is Isabel Courtney. I'm an 8th grader at Thorn Middle School. As my mom just said, the civil rights of the country is shown that us students cannot be forced to wear or to become just enemies of the environment, to have to wear masks, to have to be tested for COVID. The teachers are being tested for no reason at all. And instead of getting vaccinated, that is against their rights to have to get vaccinated. That should not be mandated at all. I think that if we came together and you listened and really heard what we have all said in all of our speeches, maybe you'd find that that is what we all want and that we could make a better community with having that mandate go away. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Ryan. I live in Lacroft. I'm also a teacher. I want to discuss mental health of my own children. My own child did not want to go down to the nurse because she said she would be put into the COVID room. Meanwhile, she, we ended up in the emergency room because of a major ear infection. And she was afraid that she was going to be tested. I mean, she told me if she went down to the nurse, she would have to be tested. She didn't want to be tested. So we kept on going until we had to go to the emergency room. They didn't even ask to have her be tested. So this is part of, a problem. I'm in the district 25 years. I am willing to give up my job if I have to be vaccinated. It's also a problem in our home. We have children going to college and they know that I will have to leave my job if I have to be vaccinated. I don't want to be vaccinated. I have medical issues. I don't know what will happen. I will never go back to where I was 5 years ago when I had issues. And my children know the same thing. So they respect what I want and they respect that I will not get vaccinated. And doing this test every week is another stressful. My kids are asking me, were you negative? Were you positive? I mean, it's a lot of stress on a family, knowing that you have to do this every single week and this is being mandated. Other districts, I don't know why. Why are they don't have to do it for another 2 weeks using Rover Labs. Why did our district have to do it this week or the past week? They were saying that Rover Labs was not even ready, that they couldn't get them up and ready and going. So they're actually waiting another 2 weeks to get tested. A lot of districts have been canceling, but we just went forward. We got inconclusive. Do we have to use our sick days? I mean, that was a question that I asked. A child got tested that was sitting right in front of me. We were doing testing. I never got an answer. Do we have to use our sick days because we're not vaccinated? I mean, I was told if there was protocol, we can't follow protocol in every single classroom. I can't follow it. So am I gonna have to use my sick days if a child is sick and then I get sick from it, or if a child is sick and I'm not 6 feet from them? Granted, we're all wearing masks, but last year we had to quarantine, but I was never told or never given that answer. I was just told that I was supposed to follow protocol. I can't. And I work with a population that I have to work closely with them. And I'm willing to work closely with them and help them and be close to them because that's my job. That's my job to help them. And that's my job to, be there for them, even if it puts me at risk. Thank you.
Tanya Goins, my name is. I'm just here to speak of a personal story I encountered in these last 2 weeks. Want to use funds for mental health and all that, but my second grader I have at home, I don't think you guys realize the damage that's being done psychologically to these children. The masks, whatnot. My son was exposed to COVID 6 days prior to notification to myself and my family. He had 0 symptoms of any sort. He had to sit out of school for the next 8 days, not being sick. Like, where's the logic in that? So I had explained to him, I'm sorry, honey, I know you're not sick, but you cannot attend school. The logic is just hard to wrap your brain around. And here I have my little guy at home that doesn't want to return to school. Who would want to go to school? He's not even excited to go see his friends. It just doesn't make sense. And you keep talking mental health. You don't care about mental health because if you did, you would try to change some of these things going on. It's absurd to me, absurd. And if I got him tested, he could have returned 2 days earlier from quarantine. Well, why am I going to teach my child that you're sick until you're proven you're not? No. Psychologically, what is that going to do to kids? You're not sick. Just like these teachers should not have to get tested if they're not sick. You show symptoms? Sure, go get tested. It's backwards. And somebody needs to stand up and work together on this. Because you're gonna lose a lot of teachers and a lot of students out of this district if things keep going the way they are. That's it. Hi, my name is Tiffany Kenny. I am a Middletown educator as well as a Middletown resident. When she speaks about mental health, I just want to also make mention that I don't think the mental health of the staff is being tended to as well. The personnel, I think they're on both ends of the spectrum. I think that's something that we preach the SEL, the mental health, but we're not, it's like, in one of the emails that I sent over the last week or so, I said we're continually filling the cup of our students with compassion, with smiles, but who's refilling our cups? And we don't feel we're getting the support from the upper level. When requesting information or posing questions, we often find we receive generic replies, partial information. Many questions posed over the last week or two, many went unanswered. I sent an email on behalf of a larger group of personnel across all departments. Not many responses have been provided to the questions and concerns. In the one email that I sent, it was on behalf of a large group. The only two responses, it was addressed to all, the only two responses I received was from Joan and from Frank, with an acknowledgement, which was appreciative. It was addressed including to MTA. It was also including some administrative level personnel. We as a group are wondering when and if we can expect a response to some of those concerns and some of those questions. I believe meetings have been requested for our group of personnel in this unfair predicament, and no response has been provided, as if the request was never made. Some concerns with the testing procedure from last week. It was not offered in a private setting. We were forced to line up in front of other personnel in the main office at North. In some areas, I was told there were students in the health office as people stood in line waiting their turn to spit in the vial. One suggestion I made was at the high school level, the athletics area is not utilized until after school. Information was provided last minute. We understand it was partially due to the state. I believe the info came through at 2:38 p.m. on a Thursday. We were expected to be ready to test for 7 a.m. on Friday. For the high school, the communication came outside of contractual hours. I coach. Not everyone has their school email on their phones. Many of us have reached out to our union representation and don't receive much of a response or don't feel like we're being supported. One union rep was supposedly comparing this to polio. Another will say they support us, however, much of the content that comes or that is conveyed is not neutral. We're seeking transparency, concrete communications, most importantly, support from admin, from the board, from the union. Will you support us? How will you support us? It doesn't feel supported when the two populations are being treated very different, seeming as an us versus them. I received a response reminding me that I can test on my own. I am very aware I can do that. Finding this info out last minute, being a coach in the district, and needing the test results by Monday makes for a struggle. This entire program seems rushed, disorganized, and haphazardly thrown together. We, the staff across all departments, are voicing our concerns to you in hopes of you being our mouthpiece when dealing with the state and offering us some guidance with it. Thank you.
Ryan Irwin, New Monmouth. I just want to say about the mental health issue, the mental health on the mandates that, as we all know, the mask mandate has become a huge mental issue for not just the students and the staff, but for everybody in the state. I also wanted to bring this up to the board that was on my phone while the meeting was going on, and I noticed that this organization called Project Veritas has found out that the Murphy administration is possibly going to put out a vaccine mandate for everybody and maybe the students if he gets reelected on November 2nd, which is a big concern for everybody involved. I am vaccinated and I did not do this by force. It was my personal choice. And the same should be said with the mask and for everything else. I just don't understand why the government wants to control us, and we're not even communist China, Soviet Union, or even Nazi Germany. But I'm just concerned, and I know you board members try everything in your power to protect us, even though the state has pretty much come down hard on us, and I fully understand your efforts. But hopefully, there's a brighter day ahead of us. I do want to also ask questions, but unfortunately, this board meeting gone too late, so I'm gonna have to email one of you guys, if you don't mind. And lastly, I wish best of luck to all board member candidates up for election next Tuesday, and we're all proud of you for serving our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Grace Rogan. I attend Thorne Middle School and I'm an eighth. I would just like to talk about the mental health aspect of wearing the mask. When I'm wearing a mask, I can't speak to my friends regularly. I can't talk to teachers regularly. And it's really hard to understand what I'm learning in my education when I can't even see what they're saying. Also, I'd like to talk about the vaccine because I had someone very close to me, my father. He got the vaccine and then he got diagnosed with heart failure, and he also got diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, and it's because of the vaccine. So I would not like to see some of my closest teachers and people that I put a lot of trust in have the same issues that my father did. I don't wish that on anyone. He was in the hospital for 2 months, not to mention he was in the heart hospital at Deborah for a month fighting for his life to make sure he could be here for his children, walk me down the aisle. I don't wish that on anybody. So I think as a group of people, we should respect everyone's choices. And if a teacher does not want to get vaccinated, they shouldn't have to. Thank you.
Seeing no one else at the mic, I'd like to thank everybody for your comments and speaking, especially our students for speaking up. And you have a lot of courage to do that, and we're proud of you for that. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I'd like to open up the regular meeting now. And we're going to start with proclamation for National Custodial Workers Recognition Day. I need a motion.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? I need approval of the minutes for executive session 9-2, special meeting 9-2, executive session 9-21, special meeting 9-22, executive 9-29, and voting meeting 9-29.
So.
Second. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, under the president's report, the first thing I would like to do is to make a motion to table the COVID testing policy until the policy committee can meet and discuss it. Need a motion. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Who's talking about? Resolution.
The COVID, no, the COVID policy.
I think number seven.
All right, but is this the resolution you're talking about right here? Like the resolution for a policy?
Yes.
Yes.
About teacher testing.
For executive
Teacher
order
testing.
253?
Yeah,
Yes.
Tabling.
We're tabling. Until there's a policy meeting,
Okay.
and then it can be discussed. So all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? With that, the policy will. I also need a motion for the report of the president and the code of ethics for school board members. So everybody up there signed it and handed it out to Mrs. Gallagher.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Now I'd like to talk about our future meetings for November. We would like to continue here in the library. So we're suggesting our November 17th workshop be moved to 11:15, which is a Monday.
Co-curricular is never gonna be, I just want you to know that.
We're going by the opening dates of the library.
It's too early. It's too early, people work. That's the whole thing, I have to consider it. Well, they can, they give shared service.
I did shared services today at 5.
Yes, but
Another
Well,
shared
we'll
services
discuss
for student services.
we'll discuss it.
Okay.
Co-curricular never beats, you know.
Does anybody have a problem with moving it to 11:15?
No.
Everybody's good with that?
Yep.
Okay, so our workshop will be at 11:15. Our voting meeting remains the same on the 22nd, which is regularly scheduled. We need to look at our December meeting. It's scheduled for 12/8, the workshop. We could move it to the 13th, but the discussion we need to have is December. A lot of times, we usually only have one meeting because of the holidays. So if the board wants to continue with one meeting in December, we could do that. But if you want to have the workshop and the voting meeting, we can also have that on 12/13 and 12/20. So discussion from the board, what's your consensus on November? One meeting or two?
December.
December.
One meeting.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so Amy, is the 13th enough time for us to have our voting information?
Yeah, I mean, right now, the meeting is scheduled for 14, so it's just.
So it's one day. Okay. So is everybody okay with 12/13 for the December meeting?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's it under the president's report.
I guess, need an actual resolution for that, or the board can just take consensus.
Consensus for the date.
Yeah. Okay, I need a motion under the report of the business administrator for number 1 through 4. Have a motion?
So
Second?
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Opposed?
I'm opposed to number 1.
Abstentions. Under the report of the superintendent, we have a superintendent's update.
Yeah, this evening, a little bit earlier, we celebrated the success of 6 of our National Merit Scholarship semifinalists, which is really a great feat for a student to achieve. And also our 51 AP scholars, which again is, something that's really commendable. These students have demonstrated extremely strong commitment and focus to, rigorous academics. And we commend them, thank them for their hard work, and also thank them for those who supported them, their family, their teachers, and their administrators. Our district administrative team has been visiting district schools. We meet with the principals to discuss their goals for their school, their data, their initiatives. We're actually talking about budget needs for next year. We've also been touring the buildings. We visited Fairview, Leonardo, and Ocean Avenue so far, and the other ones are, all our other buildings are scheduled throughout this, November, December. I have to say we're seeing a very high level of student engagement, and that's credit both to the students and the teachers and the paraprofessionals in those buildings. The buildings are also very well kept and clean, which is, a statement to our great custodial staff, and it's custodians recognition month basically in October. So, we're really enjoying that, and we're looking forward to finishing up our visits through December.
I need a motion for number 2 and 3.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I'm opposed to number 2. Abstentions. Okay, I need a motion for number 4 through 6,
So moved. Second.
with 7 being tabled. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention. On number 15, student services, I need a motion for number 1 through 3.
So, second.
I just want to make note that 2 student IDs are being withdrawn, 27842 and 29018.
Any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions. Under facilities, I need a motion for number 1, the approval of the security cameras.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions. Okay, under policies, we are removing 2270, 2422,
That's it.
and that's it. Their first reading, so we don't need any vote on that one. Curriculum and instruction, I need a motion for number 1.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions. Under finance, we have number 1, 3, and 4. Second, anybody?
I have a question.
Sure. Well, we'll second it first, and then we'll go into discussion.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Just because it says ARP IDEA, so is this part of the ARP we talked about before, is it separate?
It's separate. It's a separate grant, right? So it's just for special education. It's a separate grant than that.
So what's the ARP, it has nothing to do with the American Rescue Plan?
It is, but it's additional IDEA special education.
It's a totally separate grant than what we discussed.
So we're generally answering.
It's not part of the ESSA, right? It's an ARP IDEA, not an ARP.
Does this have any circulation like another ARP?
Yeah.
Nothing in terms of masking, testing, vaccination?
Not that.
No, the safe return plan was related to the RFS or not yet.
And just one more question, is this also something that we can go back and ask for more money on?
Ask for more money than that.
I think you could always ask for more money, but we give it to someone. Doesn't hurt to ask.
Have we included the lobbyists in this? May help.
The lobbyist has not been involved with our,
I guess under legislative, we can ask, right?
Don't you should have a plan on how the extra money? Not that many, we wanna ask for it,
Yeah.
you're not.
What do we want it for?
And I think you have to, because we make a good case as far as how we give enough money. And there's no rhyme or reason, maybe we should build the case on how many students we have, how big our district is. This is why we're basically. We just, Amy just goes the next money.
Well, I kind of know that's why we got the lobbyists, which I always advocate for the district.
But I also think this would be a good discussion on the 8th, when we're all together, discussing our needs for these funds, what we want to put into other funds and ask for more money.
And this is why we're asking for the money, why we need the money. We can only get so much from our taxpayers.
Yeah. All right.
Time to,
It's not.
Number 1 is not tied to the answer. So moved.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Under student activities, I need a motion for number 1 through 3.
So move.
We have a second? Second. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? On personnel, I would like a motion for number 1 through 14.
So moved.
Discussion?
We do second, though.
Second. So you said here. That's second.
I said second.
All right, so we got it. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, under old business, is there any old business? What? No, we didn't vote it. Yeah. The one before TV. Any new business?
So I asked, I don't know if you did this, but I know a while ago we talked about, now that, back in the building and whatnot, about resource officers. In secondary school, I know it was a conversation we had a couple of years ago, when we had class 3 officer discussions. I just think it's interesting now that we're back in buildings, whether, that's something to bring up and discuss. What I'm saying? So, well, a few years ago, I think it was a couple of years ago, we spoke about class 3 officers in the secondary schools. Something that various reasons was discontinued, but we know the districts at Homedale, Red Bank, they use resource officers. So it's we were talking about class 3 officers at the time. Just something to bring up and talk about now that we're back in schools full time, and see if it's something we're interested in pursuing or at least discussing again what that would mean.
Okay.
Security.
Yeah. Any other new business? Being none, I'd like to open up the mic for public comment on any item.
My name is Heather Miro, I'm in Lincroft, and I'm hoping to find an answer to the question as to why the school district would disregard a police report recommending Middletown and Lincroft will be placed on the hazardous food list.
John? The answer to that?
Yeah,
I recommend you email Mrs. Doherty.
We have it, and I'm trying to find the answer to the question as why the police would recommend it. And the school district said, no, we have a copy of the hazardous food list, and many of the characteristics of the roads on it apply to Middletown Lincroft. Commuter road, heavily traveled, narrow, no shoulder. All of that is Middletown Lincroft road.
I just want to say that I have responded to Mrs. Munoz and Mr. Munoz emails and provided the information that we had to provide, and also informed them about the meetings that we have with the township reviewing the whole area.
And we have contacted the police department in response to that, and they informed us that they have recommended Middletown and Lincroft Road be placed on the hazardous food list, and it was denied. So I want to know why the school district is denying something when the police department is going out investigating the accidents, seeing the fatalities. They are recommending, based on their statistics, their observations, that Middletown and Lincroft Road be placed on a hazardous food list. The school district is denying it. We were also told that there would be a crossing guard at West Front Street. There is not a crossing guard at West Front Street. We were told signs would be provided, pedestrian crossing signs. There are no pedestrian crossing signs. Things that we were told were going to be happening have not happened. My child is riding his bike on that path, risking his life, because you are ignoring what the police department has recommended. And I hope that can change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Everything tonight. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay. Sigrid, I just need to, I'm gonna take my mask off because I really want to hear it. I need to say a couple of things. I'm really sad. I've seen this community kind of pull apart, and it makes me hurt. We're in a world of all or nothing. And when we're talking about children, it can't be black and white. And it can't be black and white like that when it comes to health and managed health. There are people who can't get vaccines, and there are people who can't do without masks. And it's your job to find those out. There are people in this room who shouldn't have vaccines, and I know that because I vaccinate people. But I also know that you approved a nursing service plan tonight that represents children, and you know where they are, in which schools they are, that need to be protected by masks. You guys are charged with finding the middle ground to protect everybody. I hope you know that. It's important. Everybody has the right to be protected and to be safe and to be, in an environment that is best for them. This tears me apart that it is all or nothing, all mask or no mask, all vaccine or no vaccine. There is no perfect answer for everybody. Please, we gotta stop this. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing no one else at the mic, I'd like to make a motion to close the meeting. All in favor?